Hi, everybody. Welcome to the field level here at Franklin Field for the 2016 MLU Championship. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and we've got the Spinners and the Stags here this year, Dusty. And let's talk about first the visiting Stags. They've got their two big offensive guns, Timmy Pston and the guy who throws it to him, Cody Bjorklund.
Yeah, and we've got Bjorklund with 41 assists this year, managed to be the MLU Western Conference MVP. Needs somebody to throw all those goals too. Timmy Pston's one of the best guys for that. Has height, has speed, has hops, and now we get a look at how they've worked together over the course of this season.
You could put the two of them in just about any offense, in any type of ultimate whatsoever, and they would find a way to throw each other goals.
Steve Kenton now find another person at the far sideline. Person's going to throw that up for Bjorklund. Can he catch up to it? Bjorklund's by the end zone. Can he stay in bounds? They're going to say in! Portland's been very busy defensively. Bjorklund goes deep, goes downtown. The Hawk in the air, all low. Timmy Pston says, can I have a little challenge here?
The way that they have found chemistry together as throwers and as receivers, it's just, it's remarkable. Bjorklund wants to throw deep, Pston wants to cut deep. After turnovers happen, you can rely on Pston to just be chasing up and down the field still. And you can rely on Bjorklund to be getting in the way of his opponents. The skills of Pston and Bjorklund, they're simply the perfect match for each other.
You can hear the defense being chanted by the crowd as there's a blade to the back, and Timmy Pston gets his 100th career goal and assist.
Can throw hammers.
Oh, wow. Bjorklund, that's Clark. Bjorklund sends a hammer and into Pston, and that's exactly what Portland needed to start off this fourth quarter.
Davis with the disc, looks for a diving layout by Bjorklund. That was beautiful. Wow.
It's a thing of beauty, the way that they play together.
And as you can see from a decent amount of those clips, one of the biggest things for Bjorklund is that big outside-in flick. It gets out of his hand in a hurry, sits and floats for Pston to run onto it. And not only that, but they also put the hammer up over the top, which breaks down the break side of the defense. The thing that you can rely on there from Pston is that he not only has sure hands, but he creates these large throwing windows by getting away from his defender and then being able to go up in the air and get it as well. The two of them today should really put the Spinners to the test.
Well, we're going to find out a little bit more about the Spinners when we come back and meet the Spinners and their goon squad.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had four hands, I would put all four hands on the ball.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Back here at Franklin Field, Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes. We talked about the Stags and their two big guys on offense. Let's talk about the Spinners and their goon squad they've got going on this year.
Yeah, the goon squad is sort of an idea that they have on defense where they put a lot of physical players out, and it's not the sort of thing where they're laying out into people or playing dirty or anything like that. It's just a physical presence on the field. They're getting in the way of their opponent, and they're the sort of people that we're going to have to rely on for the Spinners to try to stop Bjorklund and Pston.
Yes, the Goon Squad. All right. I've always wanted a team where I had, goons and ogres, or ogres and oafs. I use those three words pretty interchangeably to describe these just ginormous guys who just, get up and sky people and lay out. Even if they don't jump, they're so muscular you can't jump. With this team, I really sought to assemble, my own fantasy Goon Squad, and I've got one.
And now Esther's just yelling at people.
You can see from the clips that we saw there, the whole idea of that team is that they're excitable, they're goofy, they're displaying how much they enjoy attacking their opponents. And that's one of the big things that I look to see between these two teams is both how are they going to deal with the skill of the Stags, but how is this defensive group going to deal with the excitement and the joy that the Stags bring to the game. And whichever team sort of shows and finds more joy throughout the game is probably going to be the team that comes out with a win.
Well, speaking of big things, we're going to talk about a couple of big guys that should be factors in this game when we come back. Welcome back here to Franklin Field. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, continue to break down and preview this 2016 MLU Championship between the Spinners and the Stags. Both these teams, Dusty, have a lot of big guys on the field, and two of them that have been huge, literally, figuratively, whatever way you want to put it, are Vince Radums for the Spinners and Peter Woodside for the Stags, the Defensive Player of the Year out west.
And Woodside is just a dominant presence over the top. He dares opponents to throw deep, and if they do, he tends to go get the disc. And Radums both plays on offense and defense, and we get to see exciting plays from him at the end of quarters as well as throughout the game. I'm excited to see them, and here we get to take another look at what exactly they bring to the table.
You can just put him on someone, and then they'll essentially not be able to cut deep. So if you have Woodside on you, you better be incredibly open because he's giving chase, and he's 6'5". He's used to going up in the air to get these discs. And if your team floats a disc going downfield, Woodside's just going to come clean it up.
Peter Woodside playing way back in the end zone just for that reason right
there. And there it is.
It's downfield, reaching up.
Oh my. Sleva has the...
Dogfish going long, going quick. Can it be knocked away at the very last minute by Peter Woodside?
Burton with it. Here he throws it.
This might work.
It might work. There's an open man. Oh, what a play!
It's just you're going against Peter Woodside. Here he comes again. I mean, look at that. Oh, my.
Once Himalaya Meadow went off of their offense by hurting themselves, they put Radums over on offense, and I wasn't really sure how that was going to work because he's still developing as a player, but he's really big.
To 25 yards.
Sickles finds Glazer. Glazer looking for Radums, and Radums.
For a moment, I wasn't sure if it was going to float over him, and then I recognized which player it was waiting in the end zone.
And this comes out at end of quarter plays most frequently, where they just find a space to put him in the end zone or run him across the end zone, and they just float up a disc here. Why? Because he's got giant hands and can come down with the disc.
Nick has been familiar with these end of quarter scenarios, puts it towards the end zone, looking for Radums. Hirschberger, and Radums comes up with it.
Wow.
Huge score. Vince Radums kills out the third quarter.
Radums is taking off deep.
Radums going deep, and it's up to him. This is going to be a battle in the air between Davis and Radums is able to win that one.
You're going to lose those end of quarter battles to the Spinners, and that helps them every single game. They have this end of quarter monster who they just deliver the disc to. Looking into this championship game, I'm excited to see the two of them go head to head because I can't imagine that there won't be an opportunity to see that with Woodside on defense, Radums on offense, end of quarter scenario. I want to see how it all plays out.
One of the biggest takeaways from those sorts of clips that we took a look at there is that these aren't just giant guys on the field. They have the mobility to get out in the field, make space for themselves to receive the disc, chase down, get blocks, and it's their ability to do both that makes them such a threat to their opponents. And I'm really looking forward. Ideally, we'll get them matched up one-on-one here and there, and then we'll get to see who is actually sort of the king of the air. But one way or the other, they're both going to have an impact on this game.
I hope we get that matchup. Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more coming up here from the 2016 MLU Championship. Everybody, welcome back here to Franklin Field, 2016 MLU Championship. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and now we're joined by Philadelphia Spinners cutter Matt Glazer. Matt, congratulations on getting to the championship game.
Thanks, appreciate it. We're really excited to be here. We're pretty pumped for the game today.
So specifically, what's it like to be here in Philadelphia, and what do you expect the sort of crowd involvement to be like during this game?
It's great. You know, we were looking at some tapes from 2012 when we had our first game here, and the crowd was big. The noise was, I mean, we all got feelings of that game again. It was really nice to be in front of a huge crowd that was really behind us. So it's definitely no secret that we get a big advantage from having the fans here in our own city, for sure.
If we're lucky, we'll have Clayton out there dancing again, as he was that very first year.
He was in the video that we saw, so I hope he's back.
That'll be fun.
So sort of in this specific matchup, I know you've had a lot of success pushing downfield, getting your defenders to sort of lose track of you, turn their hips one way or the other. Do you see any specific challenges from what you've seen from the Stags this season?
Yeah, you know, they definitely play a different style that we're not used to playing against. A little bit looser off the pull, might force us out of our pull plays some more than some other teams. So it'll just be feeling it out for probably the first couple of receiving points that we get, but nothing that we haven't seen ever. So I think we'll adjust. I think we'll be okay. We get back Himalaya today, which is a big component to add back in. So the matchups will change, and the depth will get we'll get more depth on the bench. So I think we'll be able to adjust for sure.
So will he be getting back in on the offense with you guys, moving over to the defense? Where should we expect to see him as well?
I would assume offense as far as I hope offense.
Right. So then one of the things that I am sort of expecting out of this game is that both teams will be up at some point, both teams will be down at some point. How has your team prepared for that moment when you sort of start to doubt yourselves?
You know, I think we've mentally gotten past that this year because we've been in that situation a bunch. I mean, we were in that situation playing Boston for the Eastern Conference.
Yep.
So we know it can happen. We fully expect it to happen, and we'll deal with it when we get there. I don't think it really will affect us mentally one way or another. We're definitely we've grown mentally to overcome that hurdle. I wouldn't say easily, but we know how to handle the situation.
Yeah. Well, if it was easy, it wouldn't have been a thing that you had to grow into, you know?
Exactly.
And I would say that that's sort of exactly the thing that's making me really excited about seeing you guys get out here, play against a really excellent opponent. You guys have been excellent all season. I just got to say good luck today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I'm really excited to see how this all plays out.
Thanks. We're pumped as well. We hope we give you guys a good game.
It'll be a good game for y'all, too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations again, Matt.
Thanks.
You got 40 more minutes to go. We'll hope to see you on the other side.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere. More MLU Championship coverage coming up after this.
The team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because it's like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a freaking monster. He can sort of just do it all, you know?
A few of my students were like, we saw you on the bus. I was like, I don't ride the bus. No, you're on the side of the bus.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back here at Franklin Field again. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and now we're joined by Portland Stags offensive line cutter Timmy Pston. Timmy, congratulations on getting into the championship, and welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. First time, long time. Glad to be here myself.
So we saw you get out and enjoy some of the sights and sounds of Philadelphia yesterday. Any highlights?
We went to the outside of the Bell. We took a picture of somebody taking the picture, which was great. Security waved at us and everything. Didn't recognize us, which was really weird.
Not yet.
No. Yeah. Not until we... No, that was, yeah. And then after that, it was kind of low-key. We biked back, which was really fun. You know, those one-ways, they take them seriously here, so duly noted for tonight.
I've been warned about that myself on the bikes. They're like, you're not supposed to be going this way.
I don't believe in one-ways in life or when I drive, and it turns out they're sticklers.
They call it the salmon cyclist. You're going the wrong way.
We learned from the best is what it was. We're following some other people.
So one of the things we've talked about sort of in the pregame before this is how you and Cody seem to have this fantastic connection, at least on the field. I don't know what it's like off the field. I haven't been following you guys around. But sort of how has that developed, and how does it help you guys play?
So that's a funny one because whenever I talk about Ultimate, real quick, it's you don't get to pick your teammates. It's like family. You don't get to pick these people, but you're kind of stuck with them.
There's truth.
Cody and I, we should not be friends. We wouldn't even be acquaintances if we met on the street or like he stood in line at a pizza place in front of me. Like there wouldn't be a normal conversation. But for some reason, Ultimate lines up. And for the longest time, he's been a workhorse. It's like, okay, how do I ride this horse? What does he do?
Right.
And how do I get involved? And that's basically what we found. We found kind of this nature of like, well, I'm just going to run away from you as fast as I can, but it's in a good way, right. And you're going to be able to accommodate that. And then he just throws it. He's kind of got like it's like a crossbow right here.
Yeah, he holds.
That's it.
Pulls it back for a second.
But and that's kind of the nature of the beast is how can we be friends? How can we be buddies? And but that's the thing. He mentioned it yesterday. We've been playing together for like almost a decade now, which I think both of us were a little thinner when we met. Tacked on a couple, and he doesn't found any supreme pizza. It's straight pepperoni. So
he doesn't go in for the extra vegetables or anything.
Oh God, no. At the pool yesterday, those were the hot item. Everybody had leftover veggies.
Right. So then the other question I have for you is, we talked with both these teams so far about how you guys stay up and stay engaged with the moment, and whether it's through being totally serious, being goofy, or whatever. Each team finds its own sort of identity. And tell us a little bit about what that is for the Stags.
For the Stags, I mean, I have to admit, so the Stags came to Portland, and so Portland already had its thing going on.
The Rhino.
So we basically just put a different logo on it, and we were still pumped to play with each other. And so to that degree, it was like, okay, we're still the same dorks, just a different colored jersey. But what's tough is when you've been around these same people for the longest time, you have to come up with new material. It's like you can't just repeat that same act every night and then and get the same laughs. You got to really up your ante. And so at this point, we're just digging this same hole of like, okay, how am I going to outdo what I did last time we hung out? And that kind of generosity and like really giving to your team that I want them to be surprised every time I do something. And then it's a good thing I wore this umbrella hat.
I know,
this
we're
is
going to
coming in.
Good one prepared.
It's cool. I'm
going to smear here pretty soon. No, but and with that in mind, it's a constant evolving beast of like, how do we stay positive? How do we stay up? And how do we keep surprising each other? And there's no right answer. But there's also, you're at work, so it's like, okay, we know that we got to get from A to B, the B being higher score than the other team.
Right.
All right, just whatever you got to do to get there. But then with us, and I could be wrong, I haven't played on too many other teams, but I just don't see it. I don't see a lot of assimilation that looks like Portland.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing I'll say is they haven't put you into syndication yet. You haven't hit 100 episodes yet, so I'm happy you're still coming up with the new material.
Exactly.
But we'll put that old stuff up later on. So far today, I'm just really excited to see you guys go out against a quality opponent in the Spinners. You guys have had a great season. They've had an excellent season as well, and I'm looking to see that clash of beliefs that you get on the Ultimate field.
And yeah, it's kind of like, for the longest time, we've been talking about getting to the stage. We've been to the stage a couple times, and then you get up there and you freeze. It's like, okay, well, we didn't do the song and dance that we've been working on, Well, now we're on the stage. We're looking to get, standing ovation type thing. We're looking to finally perform while on that stage. But it's funny how we've been put in that place a handful of times, and now nobody feels the nerves as much. It's just like, okay, well, just go do that song and dance that we've been talking about, and it's really exciting. Well, I wish we could have got a bigger field though.
Well, it's the same size field. We just got all these stands up here. So anyway, thank you for your time. We're starting to crush into the game time right now. We want to make sure you guys get prepared for the festivities, and good luck out there today.
Thanks for having us, fellas.
Again, Timmy Pston and the Portland Stags. You got a fresh new audience here tonight. We'll see you out on the field. One more game to go. Don't go anywhere. MLU championship right here at Franklin Field.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had four hands, I would put all four hands on the ball.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Franklin Field for the 2016 MLU Championship between the Portland Stags and the hometown Philadelphia Spinners. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, so glad you could join us here on our MLU live broadcast. The Spinners and the Stags both finishing in first place, both defeating the two teams that were in this championship 1 year ago today, Dusty. They have earned their right to be here, and 40 more minutes of Ultimate separate us and a champion.
This is the perfect matchup for this year. These guys have battled through the entire season. They've beaten all comers except for Boston, who they managed to eliminate in the last round. The Spinners did. And at this point, we're just out here to see the best Ultimate that they can put together. And in talking to these players before the game, they're nothing but excited to do everything that they can in this game.
Both teams, you see there, 9-1 finishes. They're really 10-1 after they get through their playoff victories in the East and Western Conference Finals, respectively, and they've earned their right to be here at historic Franklin Field, right in downtown Philadelphia on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania, the Ivy League. But tonight it's the MLU Championship of 2016's home. It's a bit of a balmy night here at Franklin Field. We made it through the forecast. The rain came, the thunder and lightning came. It's gone, though, now. We've got a nice evening here. It is 90 degrees. It's very warm, but it is a nice night. Wind 8 miles per hour, but it is very humid, and we'll see if the rain does come back. But overall, I think these guys are used to playing Ultimate in this.
Yeah, the rain I don't think is going to be too much of an issue. The field might still be a little bit wet. The humidity is going to make the disc be a little bit slower, hang a little bit longer, and the air generally is very dead in here today. So we should see a lot of big plays going deep.
We're going to step away here. When we come back, we'll continue to preview this matchup between Philly and Portland.
The team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because, like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a freaking monster. He can sort of just do it all, you know?
A few of my students were like, we saw you on the bus. I was like, I don't ride the bus. No, you're on the side of the bus.
Back here at Franklin Field, the Spinners and the Stags, both teams have made their entrance to the stadium. And let's take a look, Dusty, at some players to watch. First, for those hometown Spinners, it's the Eastern Conference MVP. Let's take a look at Billy Sickles.
So Billy, as a downfield receiver, is a definitive two-way threat. He's also left-handed, which kind of is an underrated thing in Ultimate because the angles that the pass is released at from a left-handed player are just a little stranger. Sickles as a thrower is, again, he's reliable. He can complete deep passes, completes underneath passes, completes break passes, completes resets early in the count instead of constantly looking downfield for things. And having a downfield cutter who you can rely on to either give you a good deep option or give you a clean underneath option and then make a good decision with the disc, that's exactly what you need to start an offense with.
So Billy Sickles, he was Rookie of the Year last year. This year he's the MVP of the Eastern Conference, and he has just been a force to be reckoned with for the Spinners.
And the only question left for him right now is MLU Championship left next on the list. Is he going to be a champion? This year he led the Spinners in scoring with 41 total points. Glazer was right behind him. He led the Spinners in points played with 170. Hiernett was at 155. And he's registered at least 1 point in 22 career games in the regular season and in playoffs. He's so consistent that he's a core of this offense, and the key is win whichever matchup is in front of him. We've heard that Topher Davis is going to be the original matchup for him, sort of a short, explosive defender, and I expect to see a couple other players rotate through there, but paying attention to the character of the player who's matched up on Billy Sickles will tell you a lot about what the Stags are trying to do in that point, and if Sickles can win that matchup, he's going to break down the whole concept of the Stags defense.
And on the other side, it's a battle of MVPs. Let's take a look at the Western Conference MVP and our player to watch, Cody Bjorklund.
Cody is just this incredibly reliable underneath cutter. His goal is just to use that space that Portland's offense creates and then just burst into that area, maybe use a juke or two, get the disc in his hands, and then be the trigger man for their offense. Generally, his first look is a flick down that same sideline or even sort of a blady flick to the other side. His second favorite throw in those scenarios is just to not change his grip and just drop a hammer to the other side of the field. So once a cutter gets downfield, Bjorklund has the disc in his hands. That cutter is immediately a threat to both sides of the field going deep. And that's something that you don't get out of a lot of players.
So Cody, on the other hand, he's kind of done the same thing as Billy, too. He's just been the leader of this team offensively. He's phenomenal.
In a very similar way, he's totally consistent year after year. He's scored over 40 points in every single season so far in the MLU. He set a single-season MLU assist record with 41 this year. He also managed to score 16 goals. He led the MLU in points, assists. He holds the MLU career records in points, assists, points played, and games played. But the key for him tonight is to maintain the balance. Of the throwers who have thrown the top 10 most assists in the league this season, he's the player with the lowest completion percentage. He completes passes at about 83.6%, and he has to be careful not to give the spinners too many extra chances at getting breaks. If he does that, they could be in for a long night. If he plays flawlessly, the Stags will win tonight.
Well, we know who the players to watch are. We'll see what the teams have to do to win when we come back. Franklin Field, the home of the MLU Championship. We're back here. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, taking a look at the keys to tonight's game to win this championship and get that silver disc. First, for the Spinners coming out of the East. Dusty, what do they have to do to defeat Portland?
Well, the key for them is that breaks go a long way. They've long had a very consistent offense, but this year is the first time that their defense has converted their break opportunities at over 40%. So in this game tonight, they have to keep that up. They're going to need to pressure the resets of the Portland Stags. The Stags like to use late stall count resets, and if you can force a turnover here or there, they'll be in a situation where they can get a couple extra break opportunities. The other thing is that they cannot feed the Stags. They must not give them extra opportunities for breaks. This is the only opponent during the entire season that Philadelphia has faced that scores over 10 break goals per game. So they must avoid careless errors, easy resets that lead to fast breaks. Any situation where the Stags can go after them, that's going to be bad for the Spinners.
And on the other side, the Stags come in out of the West, and they took their time to get here. Third time's a charm after 2 straight Western Conference losses. Here they are in the championship.
Both of these teams need to stay confident and stay loose, but it's even more important for the Stags because their sort of whole team identity is about enjoying the game, getting the best they can out of it. Create and control space. The key for that is that their vertical stack offense creates wide cutting lanes on either side of the field. They have to maintain discipline in that and make sure that Philadelphia doesn't get any easy opportunities at blocks there. And they must disrupt the handler motion. A little bit different than Philadelphia, than their offense. The Spinners rely on their handlers to move around a lot. So if they can redirect that, put them in different spots that they don't exactly like, the Stags will be in a better spot to win today.
Both teams are getting their final warm-ups in. When we come back, we should be getting our first poll coming up here at Franklin Field.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on the ball.
It was up the O line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Welcome back to Franklin Field here for the 2016 MLU Championship between the Philadelphia Spinners and the Portland Stags. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes on the call tonight, and both teams have taken their spots on their respective lines. Philadelphia with the blue tops, the white numbers, and the red shorts. There's Portland's offensive line will be getting the disc first in the orange tops. with the green shorts and the white numbers. They will move right to left across your screen. Under head coach Danny Correll in his third year, he's at 27-6 overall record. He's just 1-2 in the playoffs, 0-1 versus the East, assisted by Derek Gottlieb. Michael Grill, we're underway with Philadelphia's pull under head coach Daryl Stanley in his first year, that 10-1 record, assisted by Paul Manecci and Steve Wary. Portland will start off as they move it up to Tyler Cable. There's Hayes, the 2016 Breakout Player of the Year, and we've got our first contact and 10 yards in favor of the Stags.
Portland's coming out, spreading the field a lot right here. There might have been an opportunity for a block there on Hayes early on, and now we've got McCutcheon coming across, getting a block early on Bjorklund. That's exactly the start that the Spinners wanted.
Running right into it, going up, elevating. McCutcheon has been huge down the stretch for a small guy.
And he's usually a handler matchup. If they're trying to use him against Bjorklund, that means they're trying to use quickness against Bjorklund in the backfield and probably after the turn here too.
Bryant starts off the disc from the sideline, swings it around to Esser at center. Pston coming up to mark him as Esser pushes it up to Patel. He'll drop it back for Colton.
Philadelphia working out of a vertical stack here. Esser's highlighted on the cutting right now.
Esser's got it, catches with the right hand, continues along up to Jack Casey. Casey stuck on that sideline, dealing with Tad Jensen. Esser again. Looking for the end zone, and Patel's got it for the first score of the night. Philadelphia is on the board with a break to start.
That was a really winning possession from Philadelphia, both on their defensive possession to challenge Bjorklund on the under early, because they kind of know that the Portland Stags are going to put that throw up to him, so they're baiting it and going underneath. And then once they got over on offense, they did an excellent job of maintaining space and maintaining possession. Here we get a look at McCutcheon taking the inside route to the disc, Bjorklund slowing down and going up the field. And here we're going to see how they trust their receivers as well. Patel lays out. It looks like he was really close to the line over there, but I guess he got his shoulder down to start. And this is how the Spinners would have envisioned this game starting already. They've got a turn against Bjorklund, the league MVP from the West Coast, and now they're up 1-0. A minute and 13 seconds to go into this game. The check is coming early for the Stags.
One of the advantages Portland, a lot of us assumed they had, was the fact that they played an Eastern Conference opponent this year. They lost to Boston back in Week 7. It was a very, very close game. Portland had a chance to send it into overtime, but one thing the Stags said that they wish they could have changed was they came out slow against the Spinners or against the Whitecaps, and they're looking to not do that against the Spinners. A very good pull, though, from Philadelphia.
Excellent pull. It just kept floating.
Jensen gets it up to Melius. Right back to Jensen. Bid was there from O'Connor.
I mean, he's asking for the call there. There was contact rolling up afterward, but instead of looking and turning upfield to go for the completion, he turned and asked for the call instead.
Jensen was player of the week just a couple of weeks ago in the regular season. Actually, it's been 2 weeks since either of these teams have played. The end of June.
It's a bit of a different defensive lineup here for the Spinners. They've got a lot more hideout, a lot more length right now, so they're trying to challenge Portland to do a couple different things on offense.
Trevor Smith puts it into Melius. A couple of touches on this point.
Nice bit across the front there from Bloodgood. You can see Philadelphia is really trying to get after these swing passes.
Jensen continues along. Hayes elevating. Grabs that one. The wind already playing a factor here. Pushing up to Smith again. Hayes looking to drop back. Hayes has been dealing with some injuries here in the latter part of the season. At the middle to Jensen. Jensen. And it's in for the score. Portland works it up. Trevor Smith gets the goal from Tad Jensen.
They did work it up there on the whole. They maintained possession. They maintained their calm during that point. But Philadelphia still had a couple looks at blocks. They still had a couple layouts going across the front. And they had a couple players charging in towards the back. So we have O'Connor here. I mean, yeah, that's probably a foul, but he's really not looking upfield at all. And that's the sort of thing that you don't like to see from your players. Rather than playing the offense, they're busy playing the officials. But once he got the disc in the center of the field there near the end zone, he's a very difficult player to guard as a handler. So there's a lot of length, uses inside breaks very well. And he's in a position where he can break the mark one side or the other. And the offense took advantage, and now we'll get the first look at the Stags defense.
Speaking of the Stags defense, pulling will be Stephen Rice. He was one of the guys listed on their injury report as doubtful. You can see he's got that sleeve on his right leg. He had a calf injury. Both him and Peter Woodside, also listed doubtful, was dealing with a hamstring. They are both out there. We'll see how effective they will be dealing with these injuries. And our first look at Philadelphia's offense, anchored by Nick Hiernet, Dave Baer, and Dave Brandolph in succession touching the disc.
Yeah, and so the Spinners came out here in sort of a side stack to start. The Stags absorbed that, and now they're going to look deep with Baer looking out to Glazer.
Baer, Meinershagen trying to catch up. Glazer lays out, and he scores! Matt Glazer with a phenomenal layout, and what a put by Dave Baer.
I got to tell you, when Dave Baer put that disc up, I wasn't entirely sure why he was throwing it or where he was putting it. And in the end, it looked like Meinershagen was going to get the first bid at it, and he didn't actually pull the trigger on that bid. Glazer, on the other hand, played like he was on offense, determined that the pass that was thrown was going to be somewhere that he can catch it. That's the trust that you get developed after you play years and years together. This throw from Baer is almost at the very end of the ability of Glazer to make a play here. Right there, you saw Meinershagen sort of pull up and not take the bid. The Spinners, on the other hand, are taking every one of those bids right now. The Spinners are ready to go. The Stags are going to have to find an answer.
You'd think Meinershagen lays out. He's got that.
With the length and the ability that we've seen from him over the course of the season, that looked like it was within his sphere. Maybe he didn't think that it was going to be caught by Glazer. Maybe he didn't realize the speed of Glazer. Remember, these teams haven't faced each other in person yet. They've only seen each other on film.
Both teams making their first appearances in the MLU championship. So we will have a new champion this year. Philly takes the 2-1 lead. Jack Casey with the pull is in the hands of Smith. Up to Pston, very close from Esser. Pston gets it back from Jensen on a quick give and go. Looking for Hayes. Hayes gets around. Bryce Dunn.
Esser was setting up that opportunity for a block on Pston right off of the pull. He sagged deep, and then as Pston went under, he tried to push underneath to intercept that pass.
Hayes swings, dumps back to Cable, and then Cable throws it away, looking for the crossfield cut from Jensen.
Looked like Jensen was looking for a little jersey pull there, and if that's the case, that's going to be an unfortunate missed call. But at the same time, it was just sort of a careless turnover. It was so far out in front on a swing pass, you got to make a little more certain that that pass is going to hit your receiver.
Colton grabs this one out ahead of him. Patel's headed deep, and that's a bit of ways from him.
Yeah, Colton sort of shrugged off the foul there as the mark was coming through and decided to throw it anyway. Never really got set. He kind of shortened up his throwing motion instead of actually letting it out and getting that disc out to set and fly.
Pston making the first cut here. Cable finds him. Close there as Jensen gets a bit of a disc that was bouncing.
That's the sort of break that we see from Jensen a lot, that low inside-out backhand.
Smith looking off Cable. Back to Hayes. Bjorklund's taken off for the end zone. Philly, at least through the first couple of Portland points, has done a good job keeping it away from Bjorklund. This one's going to carry into the end zone. And Smith lays out with the left hand, but he is hurt.
It's a rough landing. It looks like a shoulder issue there. Kind of came down hard on it. It was good for him to catch it. The other Portland player could have called him off. We're going to see if he comes out all right here, but Portland will still get the goal.
Hayes, you saw Jensen making that cut really in Bjorklund's lane almost down the sideline, and
yeah, you can't
came down awkward.
You can't really even tell how he came down. Maybe it was just that he had both hands extended out in front of him and that pushed the force up into his shoulder socket. Not really sure. Getting tended to on the field here as we get another look at how this play developed.
Not what you want to see with still 5 and 37 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. Already Portland, who's battling injuries coming into the game.
Yeah, that's just really bad luck. It's really just, I mean, he didn't do anything
Good
technically
layout.
incorrect. He just extended his arms. Maybe he's a little too taut rather than being loose in his body. But one of the things that we'll take a chance to talk about here is that Jack Casey's matching up on Tad Jensen, which is the same sort of defense that the Spinners used against Boston with Jack Taylor. Casey's the sort of player who is very explosive in small distances, so if there's a little hanging swing pass, hanging reset, he'll get an opportunity and create an opportunity for a block by getting off the ground quickly and strongly. We see Smith coming off the field here, helped by Cable, and we hope that he'll be able to return, but one way or the other, we hope he's all right.
Well, if he doesn't, he goes out in style by getting Portland's second goal. So
you would rather score a goal. That's true. It's a rough way to go.
That's
one way or the other, though.
Seems to be trying to get it loose. Keep an eye on him.
He's certainly calm, which is better than he was immediately afterwards. That's generally a good sign, but he'll get a little more attention, and we'll see if he returns to the game as we go.
So good look there at Philly's offensive line ready to go. No pull coming from Rice.
And the pulls thus far from the Stags have not been up to the same quality as the Spinners' pulls. That could be a key to the game as we go through, but up in the beginning, it's just a way to start the game off.
Yarnett sends it around to Brandolph. Radham's coming under, away from Woodside. Radham's finds Sickles, first catch for him, immediately back to Yarnett. Yarnett trying to get around a much bigger mark in McGinn. Finds Brandolph, but we have a pick against Philadelphia downfield. Second call tonight. Let's meet our referees. They come from 5 different cities. Jamie Rhodes out of Boston. Steve Kreider, our head ref from D.C. James Kalinsky, you just saw him, made that call. He's Philadelphia's ref, and he's wearing a GoPro on his hat tonight. And then we got a couple of West Coast refs, Morgan Westcliff and Alan Baggish from Seattle and Vancouver, as we get a bid downfield between Radams and Woodside. Woodside gains position. It's tipped, but he mistimes his jump, and Radams is into the end zone for the score. Wow.
That was exactly the matchup that we were hoping to see as this game went on. And I got to tell you, when that throw went up, Woodside had the correct position, got deep early, started to box Radams out. But as he went up to get the disc, he actually either didn't get up quite as high as he expected or just didn't manage to close his hands around it. The two of them, if they keep going at it over and over during the course of this game, could have a giant effect on the outcome.
How often do you think Peter Woodside has had to match up against a guy who's basically the same size as him?
Well, essentially, as I can recall, there's only one player out west. That's Isaac Entz for the Rainmakers, who is of a similar size. But they don't use him the same way that the Spinners have used Radams ever since Himalaya Meadow went out with an injury. They've used Radams as sort of their primary deep threat on offense. And generally, what Woodside likes to do is give help to other players over the top, but he can't leave Radams alone too much.
Radams has been great. Filling in for Meta, who is active tonight, is good to see. He's wearing a brace on that left hand, but he is dressed and was warming up. We'll see if he gets into the game. Pull drops all the way back to Chris Hancock. Finds Jensen Bjorklund heading deep.
Yeah, Bjorklund pulled double coverage there. He got Lindsay matched up onto him. Now, as he was cutting, forced Lindsay to fall over on the cut.
Bjorklund, first throw from him, finds his man Pston. Pston miscommunicating between him and Hancock. Hancock went down the field, and now we have a call, and the Philly fans are not happy about it.
I think on the whole, I agree with the Philly fans here. Bloodgood was playing physical defense, but I'm not sure he was redirecting the cutter. However, refs called it, so Stags are going to keep the disc.
Noah Polsky is our last referee tonight, going back to that conversation. He's operating the clock out of New York.
I mean, to be fair, there was contact there. It was a tight call. So it's not as though I think it was a totally erroneous call. It's just a tight call, and I kind of like the physical reset there. In the end, the Stags here used to go to work up the open side down the backhand lane that the Spinners were providing them. Easily get that goal once they got up closer to the end zone. And one of the other things of note during that, as we take a look back at the ease with which they moved up to the break side after the foul call, is that the Portland Stags were sort of egging on the Philadelphia fans as they were booing that call. If we get into a thing where the Stags are encouraging the Spinners fans and the Spinners are encouraging the Spinners fans, this place could get rowdy.
You can hear it, and you can see the crowd back there. It's a great turnout here tonight at Franklin Field, as we expected with Philadelphia making their first appearance in their own city for the championship.
Well, and I don't know if you got a chance to walk around beforehand, but there's a significant number of people who are all managing to actually get some beer during this game.
That's right.
So they're getting ready beforehand. The game start got pushed back a little bit due to the weather, and as a result, they may be even in their third quarter form early in the first.
A little loosened up. Brandolph reels in the pull from Rice. Trey Katzenbach, veteran, making his first appearance in the game.
Stags started out in sort of a soft zone defense over the top, and now they've gotten back into a man. So they stopped the pull play, and now we'll see what Philadelphia can do from there.
Swing along to Radams. Radams in the hands of Arcata, who's been another guy that's come on over the course of the season. Sickles goes down with some contact from Topher Davis, and he'll get the call.
Yeah, the pass was up high enough. If that pass had been lower, Davis would have had a clean bid on it. Instead, Sickles goes up in the air, creates a lot of space to maintain the catch. No harm generally, but there was a foul.
Katzenbach right in front of Portland's sideline. Again to Arcata. Himalaya Meda is on the field, was headed deep. Good to see him out there again. Welcome back, Himalaya. Brandolph drops back here in it. Little give and go. He gets it again.
Philly's working out of sort of a side stack here. There's a lot of room to cut up line.
Brandolph looking for the end zone, and it's D'd up by Woodside. And he flexes after knocking it away from the Eastern Conference MVP, Billy Sickles.
And that's the first turnover from the Spinners so far today. And Woodside there was doing exactly what we were talking about,
help.
giving him that over-the-top help. Even on an up line cut, he's a threat to get a block.
Supnick pinned down right now in the corner, gets it out, and up to McGinn. Minor Shagan into a crowd, and that's knocked down by Arcata, but a lot of contact as Arcata and Brian Penner.
Well, you know, it looked to me like Penner was cutting up the field there, and Arcata was underneath. There was contact early on, so if they're calling the contact before the throw was up, that makes sense. But if they're calling the contact that happened afterward, it looked like the cutter had already decided to move out. I'm fine with this staying with the Stags because there was a bunch of contact coming out of the stack.
Well, we've got two former, one current head referees in our crew tonight. Jamie Rhodes, James Kulinski, the former head refs, and Steve Kreider, the current one. So this is swung around. Carried and leapt into the end zone is McGinn as Portland takes their first lead at 4-3.
Yeah, and that's their first break, too. And as you saw, once the offense got the disc for the Stags, shockingly, after a Woodside block, of course, you could see that Minor Shagan and McGinn were two of the players who were key parts of their offense moving up and down the field. And there's a lot of contact on that play there, too, but Sickles doesn't seem too upset about it. We're pretty sure that Woodside got to the disc pretty cleanly first, and then there was contact afterward. And there's no chance for Brandolph to deal with McGinn up in the air.
One thing that head coach Danny Corell of the Portland Stags talked to me about before the game is he likes that they've got that size advantage on the whole. I mean, Philadelphia does have guys like Meda and Radams, but most of Portland is over 6 feet tall. They are big.
I would love to have that size advantage as a coach also. That's one of the things that you can leverage at different points in the game, either by forcing matchups, by putting up not questionable throws, but throws that you know that your guy's going to get the first leap at just by having that height and having that athleticism. And here we're getting down to 1:36 left in the first quarter, so the clock starts to come into play, but you wouldn't expect Philadelphia to try to have a 96-second possession to get this last score in before the quarter ends.
The 4-3 lead, Portland represented the one time the Western Conference has had a lead over the East in their matchup against Boston when they took the 1-0 lead at the start of the game, but it was all Boston after that. So
a lot of steps there after the catch from Glazer, but he's doing good work getting open right now. And you can see that Philadelphia pulled over some of their defensive players onto this line. That's usually what they do after they get broken.
Right in the hands of Shields. Bryant and a bobble from Glazer. He slipped.
Turf Monster took him down.
Right away, they're looking for Davis. It'll carry all the way into the end zone. And just like that, you give Portland an opportunity, and they're going to take advantage.
And that's precisely the worry for the Spinners right now, is that they had one break, which was a 2-minute point, 2-minute 20-second point, followed by a 30-second point. So that second break that they had some of their defensive players out there for was a quick turnover, and now they have to decide which of their offensive players they want to put back on the field. And this sort of really quick attack is exactly what we've seen from the Stags all season long, whether it's been McGinn on the trigger or any number of other players. They take their furthest downfield player, push him down the field into the end zone, and if the shot's there, they almost invariably take it.
5-3 the score now, 1:05 left to go here in the first. You saw a couple of Portland fans made the trek. They went to Boston, if you remember. They had
there were
the
definitely
showing
some Portland
actually
fans
in
up
Boston,
there.
so why not come to Philadelphia too?
They had some planned cheers going on. They were heckling the refs pretty well.
They were louder than the Boston fans.
I really enjoyed their presence at that
game. So
game.
I'm glad they came out to Philadelphia tonight too.
And here we've basically got Philadelphia's starting offensive line back on the field. They've got Radams and Meta out there. So it looks like that means they're taking Arcata off the field.
Bear's also off, it looks like.
Yeah.
Katzenbach out there, who reeled in the pole. Brandolph alone on the far side of the fields. Sickles, low, very close to being knocked down by Sam Frainer.
That was a good opportunity for Portland. He had good vision to get there, but he could have committed to it and actually gotten that block.
And that goes right through
he was
the
turning,
hands and maybe the legs, too.
He was turning away from that disc before it was in his hands. If you're going to be doing that, you have to be a much more experienced player than he is at this point in his career. Portland with 30 seconds to score.
Vin Buoy's got his first touch. Let's see if Portland tries to use the rest of this clock as Monashagan goes up, grabs that one.
That would be their best bet. They're down to about 15 seconds now, and if they can sort of blank this clock by the time they score, they'll be in perfect spot.
Rice across the field. No one's there, but it's going to kill off a lot of the clock.
Well, it's out of bounds, so they'll stop it here. Philadelphia will have 5 seconds to get back down the field. I'm really not sure what he was thinking with that cross-field pass. There was no one there.
Portland will double team. Haronet's got it at the center of the field. One pass to Pana. Brandolph. Brandolph got it off. Couple of Philly players back. It'll hang. Actually, no, they're waving it off. Meta made the catch. But Portland will hold on to the 5-3 lead. We've got one in the books here in the championship. And the Western Conference champs, the Stags, on top of the Spinners. Don't go anywhere. This is already an exciting one.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on it.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Canterbury, the official apparel supplier to Major League Ultimate. Dress like a pro. Visit www.canterburyus.com, the destination for all your team's custom uniforms and athletic apparel needs. Canterbury, proud partner of Major League Ultimate, committed to the game. Do you have a team trip or corporate outing coming up? If so, charter a private bus, a minibus, or party bus from busrental.com, a U.S. Coachways company. Bus travel is one of the safest, greenest, and most affordable ways to get your group to an event. If you're going with a group, trust busrental.com. Enter coupon code MLUBUS and get additional savings and VIP treatment. Innova is proud to support Major League Ultimate and its incredible athletes. As the official disc of the MLU, the Innova Pulsar has quickly become the disc of choice at Ultimate's highest level. Visit innovadiscs.com to find a dealer near you. Back here at the MLU Championship, Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and we're through one. It's 5-3. The Stags on top of the Spinners.
There's a couple things so far. It started off really well for the Spinners, not so well for the Stags. Spinners came into the game with a lot of energy, got an early break right on the first point, and attacked Cody Bjorklund's ability to go underneath and get those easy discs on their first cuts. And after that, the Stags sort of settled in, got their legs under them, started to get really excited about playing out here, and starting to make their own defensive plays. So we saw that Radams beat Woodside deep once, but Woodside also helped over top and got a block already. If you're going to get beat once, get one block, that's a good start for your defensive leader. And then the thing that Portland has to be thinking about after that first quarter, well, maybe they'll get this put out of their heads early, is that they could be up 6-3 right now. They had an in-zone possession with a couple of seconds left, and they threw it literally to no one. If you throw it up in a crowd, you have an opportunity. If you throw it up out the sideline, there's no opportunity for you even to get a bounce, tip goal, a guy skying 3 guys by chance. You have to give your players an opportunity. If they look back at the end of this game and the Stags lose by 1, It's going to come
Might
back
be
to
there.
that opportunity at the end of the first quarter. Getting into the second bit here, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this game goes. Now they've got their pregame sort of jitters out, their early game jitters, as well as that early surge of energy that you get starting into this big game.
You saw Matt Melius. He was pretty happy about the results at the end of the first quarter.
I'm not sure if he was just happy about the results or if he was just happy about that beard. I mean, he has put in some serious work to create that.
Looks good. And you saw Daryl Stanley, too, talking to his MVP, Billy Sickles, trying to keep his head where it needs to be. And he heads back out on the field with the rest of the Philadelphia offense. You see right there on your screen. Again, Trey Katzenbach out there, no Dave Bear.
Well, the thing with Katzenbach, and this isn't to slight Dave Bear in any way, is that Katzenbach can be relied upon simply to catch the disc and throw completions. And in a game like this where the opponent is going after you, you've made a couple errors, you want somebody steady out there that you can simply rely on to make your offense run. And as you can see in the back here, the fans for the Philadelphia Spinners are out here in force. They're waiting in line for the beer right now. And you saw that crowd shot earlier. That crowd is still filling out in the stadium. There are still folks coming in because we're always on ultimate time when it comes to these games.
Exactly.
I'm excited to hear all of the rest of this game go on. There's nothing quite like it.
Here we go. Start of the second quarter. Portland now pulling left to right. This one's going to come down into Brandolph's hands.
You see on this defensive point, they've got Adamson in as that sort of over-the-top deep help rather than Woodside. So they're using a little bit of a rotation.
Katzenbach's guy was looking for his flick. Not there. Drops back for Panna. Michael Panna has been he's been on the team every season, but first year playing full-time with the offense, and it's been a great addition to that offensive line as Sickles rips one down for Harinet. Nick will just have to watch this one float in the end zone, catch up to it, and hold on for the score, which he does. It's 5-4 now, Portland.
That's excellent work there. Sickles is a threat both going deep, and as you can see there, throwing deep. And while Harinet doesn't generally cut into the end zone like that, a situation where McGinn sort of plays underneath him so far that all Sickles has to do is put the disc out on a line and trust that Harinet's speed and focus is going to come down with a goal. You can't leave him that open. He's too good a player to poach 5, 6, 7 yards underneath because you think he's just going to come back under to the disc.
Yeah, Portland just learned the hard way. You might not see Nick make those cuts, but they're there, and he can do it.
And just like most players in Ultimate, he's filled a number of different positions over the course of his career. He's got so much speed. As we see the field just open up here, McGinn is trailing by so much. He has no opportunity to catch up to this disc. You've got to put more pressure on it in order to challenge these Spinners as the game goes on. And now we're going to get a midfield pull here from the Spinners. When the Stags came out and played against the Boston Whitecaps, they had a lot of issues with the midfield pull. They had some early turnovers. They would just sort of throw it right into the defense, had a couple drops. This could be a telling moment for the Portland Stags.
Pretty good one from Esser. Gets it to roll out the back. It's picked up, trying to get out quickly. Bjorklund's got it. Swings it across to Hancock.
And Hancock's defender was biting into that lane to take away Bjorklund's big huck.
Davis sends one deep. Pston, he can catch up to it. It's blocked away by Bryant, though.
And you saw the line that Pston took on it. He thought he was going to make sure he got up over Bryant rather than Bryant getting the block there. Bryant did a good job to get it, but we kind of expected that Bryant would end up, that Pston would end up with the disc.
We're going to get a foul on the throw, it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, but here we go again, the block by Bryant.
Bryant got up nice and early, slowed down in the way of Pston so that Pston couldn't get a totally clean run at it.
Hayes is getting this back. Very fortunate break here for Portland.
It's a pretty clear foul, though. He did get 10 extra yards on it as well.
Gets it up to Hancock. Double teamed from Patel and Bryant. Sends a Scuba over the double team to Pston.
Good communication there from the resets for the Stags.
Cable looks deep for Hayes, and that's even too high for Ralphie Hayes.
Well, the thing was, he didn't have to go up that early. He could have run that out a little bit. He chose to go up extra early, and we've seen him make that play before, but he could have just run it out and made the easy play. This is that adrenaline still coursing through your veins from early on in the game. Quick pickup there from Bryant. Gets the disc moving over to Patel.
Bryant's been a great addition as well for Philadelphia this season. Been kind of a calming force on that defensive line. He has it again. Him and Patel just playing catch right now.
Well, the Stags are doing a really good job sort of bracketing and talking about a couple switches here and also bodying and taking away the open lane for the Spinners.
Casey got knocked down as he made the catch, continues it forward to McCutcheon. Colton elevates, grabs that one.
Nice toss there for McCutcheon.
McCutcheon drops back for Essers. Person comes on to him. Bryant very close to the ground, but manages to keep it up. Colton again. Colton looking to strike to the end zone for Casey, and Casey with the added layout for style, I think.
Well,
he's got it.
He certainly does have a lot of style. You can tell anybody who's got their hair like that likes to be watched, likes to be the sort of the center of attention. You would expect that from most Ultimate players, but he made the layout there. He had already beaten Bjorklund by a lot. I don't think Cody thought the throw was going to come up at the angle that it did. I don't think that they realized that that's a total foul. Of course it's coming back. There's no option there. That has to come back. But here we see he's so beat, and Bjorklund's looking back like, why isn't that throw challenged more? Why did that around get off? As you see the mark there, Jared Fitzpatrick, he's about 6'4", 6'5", and we're seeing Gabe Colton get the breakout around him. That's a failure of the mark. He has to put more pressure on it, make that disc come out of bounds, and then arc back in. That'll give Bjorklund a shot to get the block, but Bjorklund was still beat to that side. And now the Spinners are going for another midfield pull. They're trying to put this pressure on the Stags right here and see if they have an answer right away.
Well, you said it in our pregame talks with both Matt Glazer and Timmy Pston that expected both teams would be up, both teams would be down. We should see a back-and-forth game, and we're tied up again here at 5. Philadelphia looking to take the lead back. Another good midfield pull, this time from Leon Chow.
It's pretty close to the end zone, out of the back there, but he did keep it in.
Bjorklund's got it against Chow. Cody gets him to break his ankles, knocks down Chow.
It was a good double team there from Bloodgood, though, to stop that huck from coming off. That's one of the great reasons.
And that's a Callahan! That's a Callahan! Right in the MLU championship, Ethan Peck nearly won the Rookie of the Year, but he comes up big here in the 2016 MLU championship. He's got a Callahan off the midfield pull. Just stayed enough in the end zone, and Philadelphia retakes the lead, and they're getting the disc back.
And at this point, that is definitely the first Callahan in championship play. Yep. I'm 99% sure that's the first Callahan in the playoffs. And Jensen looked over to see where McGinn was, and Peck saw that, and then he took the acceleration. Jensen paused too long on that play. Most of the reason that we've seen Peck out on defense is for his throws after the turnover happened. Here, instead, he's creating the turnover and making that play in the back of the end zone. That's fantastic for the Spinners. They're right back ahead of this game. They're in the driver's seat now.
Portland's got to find a way to calm down as they had the momentum at the end of the first quarter, did not get that goal that they probably could have. And now they're trailing 6-5, and they have to pull.
And had they found a way to get that goal at the end of the first, they'd be tied right now rather than down 1 and pulling. Of course, you never know what could happen. You remove one thing, all the chain of events changes.
We could see
attitudes.
4 more Callahans before the night is
anything
over.
could happen tonight.
Know.
I like the way this game is going early.
Topher Davis with the pull right to left. And there's Bear back out there. Right up to Hiranet.
Working out of a side stack. Now they're isolating Brandolph.
Brandolph's got it. Sees Radams cutting across the field as Pana comes under. Get it to him.
Good patience right now from Philadelphia, but they got to make sure they don't get too confident as throwers and rely on those resets late in stall counts.
Sickles looking to get it around. He finds Pana, who separates himself from the defense of Penner. And then a nice catch by Brandolph.
That tip catch, that's the sort of game-changing play that can keep the Spinners ahead here.
Sickles has got it. Pana. Drop back. There's Glazer.
Nice inside break from Pana across to Glazer. Another inside break from Hiranet to Brandolph. This is looking easy for the Spinners right now.
Just moving as Brandolph sends a scuba, and it's D'd up by Portland.
Just as you say it's looking easy, Brandolph gets he's feeling his oats there a little too much.
Yeah.
Takes the scuba over traffic, and this is where the Portland height comes into play. They get their arms up, get the block, and now they can get back upfield and get that break back.
McGinn's got it. Sees Will Shaw coming under. Drops it back for Davis instead. McGinn again. You can hear the roar of the crowd right behind us here as Woodside gets the catch at midfield.
Portland really should just work to maintain this. Stay in control on offense right now.
Supnick threw it. I don't know why Adamson didn't try to make a catch there. I know he might not have been the original intended target, but he could have caught it.
And it's one of the things that you tell Ultimate players all the time. If you can catch it,
Just
make
catch
the
it.
catch.
Just
You
catch
have to be certain that it's for somebody else to look that pass off, especially with the long arms like Adamson has.
Yeah. So Philadelphia will get it back right on their own end zone line. Brandoff to Pana. Pana goes low and finds Radams. Glazer taking off. Radams thought about it.
Radams is a big man, not a thrower. He's not going to take that look to Glazer.
Brandoff continues to swing along to Bear. Haranet was coming under.
This point's been over 2 minutes right now. This is a long one for Philadelphia's offense. That's one of the risks after getting to Callahan. You got to rely on your offense to be able to score quickly.
Brandoff swings it all the way around. Pana's there.
Ooh, that's a tight little window to throw through. You can see both teams are slowing down a little bit right now.
Brandoff, though, still with some legs coming in, and again, Portland denies them the end zone.
That was the second questionable throw into the end zone, the second questionable shot, and the second time that height was the difference for the Stags. And it looks like the Stags are going to take this timeout, put some new players on the field. We'll see where they go from there.
Danny Correll using his first timeout. As you said, Dusty, a very long point. And take a look at the tip. But Brandoff getting a little too maybe thinking he's got that throw.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does have that throw, but it's just he wasn't taking control of the situation and recognizing what was in the way there.
We'll step away here in the Portland timeout and come back, see if the Stags can tie it up. Back here at Franklin Field, inside the Portland huddle, as their offense gets ready to come back out onto the field out of the timeout. See Bjorklund, Hayes. Well, Meinershagen is in that huddle. He's going to come out, it looks like.
Well, he's an incredibly reliable offensive player. He's one of the guys that helps their defense out and maintains possession. I think he's only thrown 2 incompletions over the regular season, over about 40 passes, 38 passes, somewhere around there. And he also managed to throw double-digit assists out of that. So his ability to just maintain possession, and as well as being he's 55 for 57, 96% with 15 assists, 11 blocks, 4 goals. So he's a reliable offensive player. And when we got to talk to him yesterday, it was very clear that he was sort of relishing the opportunity to get out here and challenge these players on defense. But I got the general sense from him that he's in control. You know what I mean? We see a shot
Former
of
spinner
Ian McClellan here cheering him on. We're zooming out to see the rest of the crowd here. I love what we're seeing here. And as you were saying, the way this press box is set up, we're sort of over top of the crowd.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup.
You can feel the sound from underneath us coming through. It's fantastic so far.
When you see the crowd shots, just think up.
Right,
and that's where we are.
We're up above. I love the view we get up from up here as well.
Very cool. Started off, and there's Meinershagen on cue, making the catch from Jensen. I'm looking to go back to him, but
just as
talked
we were
about him too much. His third incompletion.
Just as we were singing his praises.
Curse of the announcer. Esser looking for his man Casey in the end zone. Hayes coming over. Casey gets to it first, and Philadelphia's got a 2-goal lead. And Portland wastes a timeout effectively.
Not only did they waste a timeout there, they ended up giving up an opportunity to have a break goal with their offense on that the second throw turnover. And then the connection between Esser and Casey, those two both have a certain trust in each other as receivers. They're just those players that if you put the disc up near them, they're most likely going to get up there first. You saw Topher Davis trying to take a run at it from the backside, but he wasn't able to get there. Casey went up nice and early, and now the Spinners are just taking it to the Stags a little bit in the first half. That was a 3-minute point, and there was a timeout in between, but that puts the Spinners back ahead in terms of sort of the way that they're pressuring this team. That was their offense back out there for a long time. The Stags put their offense out, and now the offense has to stay back on the field for the Stags. Spinners are pulling down to them. 4 minutes to go in this first half. We'll see how this point goes.
Tyler Cable reels in the pole.
Nice cut in the lane there from Raffy Hayes.
Hayes trying to get around Patrick Lindsay. First time we've called his name tonight.
Well, I did mention Lindsay when he fell over on a cut earlier, but that's not the same.
Bjorklund going for Pston into the end zone. Can Pston catch out? No, he lays out just short of the disc.
And that's very similar to an overthrow that we saw from Bjorklund to Pston in the Whitecaps game, where it was just maybe a foot too far.
They had a lot of trouble connecting early on in that game, the two of them.
I think with seeing Bjorklund's first deep look be this late in the game, maybe he's trying to overthrow it a little bit, do too much for his team.
Tom O'Connor's got it. Drops back for Chow. Chow across to Greg Martin. Martin was another guy who was questionable coming into this game with a knee injury. Good to see him out there.
Pston versus Martin is a very athletic matchup downfield. We'll see what effect they have right now.
Chow. Excuse me, that's Damiano. Gets it back from Chow.
Yep.
Connor again.
Portland's communicating very well on the cuts underneath.
Bjorklund gets a block off the throw from Martin. He went right to Cody's hand.
That was a big hand block. It was almost like Martin didn't see him at all and was just trying to put that pass through.
Cable's got it. Cable. Swing around. Melius.
Oh, great cut from Raffy Hayes, but Cable was just unable to deliver that inside. Chow got the hand block. Cable's go-to throw tends to be his outside high flick, and he chose to throw the inside there instead.
Pston causes enough to get Damiano to bobble it, but we do have a call against Pston from Jamie Rhodes.
Doesn't seem like Pston entirely agrees with that. We're going to get a little ref discussion here.
And now it's going to be Portland's disc. You see the play there again.
Yeah, I think that's a good overrule. Unfortunately, Jamie got the call wrong. We'll have to talk to him about that after the game. It was a good block from Pston on the underneath cut there from Damiano. It's good to see Pston give an effort on the defensive side. That's one of the things that sort of sets the Stags apart, is their energy on defense for their O-line.
Hancock gets it up to McGinn. McGinn was looking for Cable. McGinn again. Hancock. They're leaving him alone for a few minutes. He's got nowhere to go, though. Good downfield defense. Now Hayes across the field and into the end zone. Here's a score for Tyler Cable. That's their first score of the second quarter, but they got to feel a sense of relief after that.
Well, I mean, that was a 8-minute and 24-second drought for the Stags just in this quarter, and that actually goes back with a minute and 5 seconds back into the quarter before that. But just as you said, sort of taking the cap off the goal, so to speak, making sure they could actually clear the moat and get into the end zone. As we see this swing pass all the way across the field for the goal, you can see that Damiano thought he was going to have possibly a bid on that underneath, but the disc got there just fast enough. And now we're going to see the Stags with their midfield pull here, trying to get one more break, trying to score one more goal going into halftime. It's a one-goal game right now, so it's not out of hand for either team. If Philadelphia can get into the halftime with a 2-goal lead, they'd be really happy. So if they could theoretically, again, 96-second point, if they can score taking the full 96 seconds, that's sort of their best option. They'll go into it with a 2-goal lead. The worst option for them is to have a turnover and give Portland a chance to score right after that.
Or Portland Callahan.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about that. I like the way you're thinking, though.
You're saying worst option.
I always forget about that Callahan, but the pull from Portland here on the midfield just isn't enough to pressure them all the way in the end zone.
Good stop from Bear. Only went about 5 yards deep. Hiernet's got it.
And that's Radham's working against Woodside. Now Hiernet's uncovered.
Into his hands. Nice catch by Hiernet against Frainer.
Himalaya Meta pulled 2 defenders there, and then Glazer popped open underneath. Doing good work downfield for the Spinners.
Meta against Bowie. And bumping chests a little bit.
Yeah, a little bump on the mark there.
So Meta will get 10 more yards with 1 minute exactly. And he didn't wait for it to be whistled in.
He's going to lose those 10 yards now.
So right back where we started.
Well, I guess not. But
nope,
yeah, there we go. Yep. Yeah. Just making sure. Because sometimes the ref points to the wrong spot, but he went in before the whistle happened, so he loses the 10 yards there on a delay of game.
Glazer's got it. I see Sickles headed towards the end zone.
Excellent mark there.
Davis is poaching off of him a little bit. Meta's got it again against Bowie. Bear trying to strike, and
nice.
Bowie gets
hand
the hand
block from Bowie.
They've got
it's another good
seconds.
mark, and this is exactly what Portland needs. They've got 35 seconds to score here, and they need to make sure they get this goal and get out without giving Philadelphia another legitimate shot.
I'm surprised they're not using their last time out to get their offense out.
Well, but that would allow Philadelphia to put a whole new host of players in there as well. Maybe they see something here that they really like to take advantage of.
20 seconds, Woodside, midfield. On the other side, and he throws right into the defense of Sickles, coming off of Davis, returning the poaching favor. Now, Sickles, he throws it right into Woodside's hands.
10 seconds left.
You've got to send somebody deep.
The problem is Woodside's all the way down here, and that was way too early.
Yep. And it's D'd up by Hiranet. Hiranet sends it to Radams, but Radams tries to tip it back to Glazer, maybe keep it alive in the air, but that's where the first half will come to a close.
The last couple of possessions there, that was fast and furious. Both teams were really trying to get out with that last goal. The Stags had their opportunity, but they were relying too much on Woodside as a thrower. However, he got that turnover back for his team, hustled back down to the end of the field, and did what he could to make sure the Stags are only going into half with a 1-point deficit.
That's it. Halftime here. We got 2 in the books, 2 more to go. It's 7-6. The Spinners on top of the Stags.
The team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because it's like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a freaking monster. He can sort of just do it all,
A few of my students were like, "We saw you on the bus." I was like, "I don't ride the bus." No, you're on the side of the bus.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on the ball.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Back here at Franklin Field, 7-6 the score. The Spinners over the Stags. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes here on our MLU Live broadcast of the 2016 championship. And Spinners started off. The Stags came back in the first, and then going into the second, it was all Philadelphia outscoring Portland 4-1.
Yeah, that was a wild second quarter for the Spinners. They managed to pull ahead of the Stags. They managed to get a Callahan in there, managed to score right after the Callahan, despite the fact that the Stags had possession, called a timeout, put their offense back in. That was a huge turning point in the game. And we saw that very last point. Again, there was so much going on there. And here we'll get a look at a number of the first half highlights. That was a very first break. Patel did a very good job getting and staying in bounds on that catch. And here we see that incredible catch from Glazer. The throw from Bayer, I just thought was going to sail way too far.
This was the layout grab for the second score by Smith. I don't think we've seen him come back into the game yet. He left, was clearly hurt, but then seemed to be getting at least a little bit better as he went back to the sideline.
Excellent throw from Sickles all the way downfield to Hiranet. His ability to track that disc, come down with it, was quite impressive. And here I think this is one of 2 goals that we saw from Casey in that same corner of the end zone. And, of course, the Callahan from Peck.
That's the difference right now. It's 7-6, and got to wonder, too, Portland had that chance with the first quarter time running down, and they did not get the score. But They are showing their long arms, definitely, in this one with all the blocks.
And even here, on that point block on the mark, that was in a matter of extending out into space and making sure that you could get the play. Everybody running on the field there for the Callahan, even the coach is sprinting on the field. Sometimes you like to see a little more reserve from the coach, but you got to go with it and make sure that you're in tune with your team, so to speak. So you want to take that big run down the field, but then you got to compose yourself and make sure you're ready to call the next line. One of the things coming out of this first half is that Philadelphia has thrown 132 passes, completed them at 92.4%, and the Stags have thrown 96 passes at 88.5%. So the ability of both teams to complete their passes at a completely regular sort of rate is good overall, but the Stags were lagging as the game went on there.
We're going to step away here at the halftime score, 7-6, Philadelphia on top of Portland. Back here at Franklin Field at halftime, Spinners and the Stags, 7-6 the score in favor of the Spinners. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and really for the Spinners has been a guy that we talked to in the pregame, part of that the Goon Squad, Jack Casey. He's been pretty good here for Philadelphia thus far as we take a look at what he's done tonight.
See, he's changed his hair from that profile picture
exactly.
there. A little more exciting here, but you see these plays where his teammates trust him to go up in the air and make plays on the disc into the end zone. It's just a matter of finding that athleticism, finding a way to use it, and trusting him to make the play. He elevated so well there. Jensen didn't have an opportunity as he was inside. He couldn't have gotten up that high. Rafi Hayes had a chance to get up that high, but was coming from far enough away that it was an irrelevant play on his part. The arc that Esser put on that sort of eliminated both defenders, and then Casey was able to make the play on his own.
We've talked about Rafi Hayes. He might not have gotten that one, but he has been very involved here tonight for the Stags. Let's take a look at some of the things that the 2016 Breakout Player of the Year, the young man, Rafi Hayes for Portland.
And he does still have the same hair. It's just inside of a headband here and a little tied up. But his play today, he's been involved not just on these sort of scoring plays, but he's been involved during the center of the field for them.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of opportunities to survey, break down the play break down the mark with his throws, and challenge the downfield players to keep up with everyone.
Hayes has been good, as actually on cue he's getting the Breakout Player of the Year. There's the real award, though, the 2016 MLU Championship Trophy, the silver disc. As we will step away, we'll find out in 2 more quarters who will be claiming that prize.
team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because it's like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a fucking monster. He can sort of just do it all, you know?
A few of my students were like, we saw you on the bus. I was like, I don't ride the bus. No, you're on the side of the bus.
Back here again at Franklin Field on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes for MLU Live in the 2016 MLU Championship game. The Spinners and the Stags going toe-to-toe, 7-6 in favor of Philadelphia. And let's talk about the Spinners and what we talked before the game, what they had to do. And I mean, they must be doing it if they've got the lead here, right?
You would imagine so, but sometimes you have an ability to succeed despite what we say up here.
Right.
So two of these things are actually really key. Breaks go a long way. The Spinners are converting their break possessions at 60% right now. That's very high. Most teams are significantly lower than that. So they've managed to take advantage of their opportunities to break. And do not feed the Stags. They've given the Stags a number of break possession scoring opportunities, but the thing is, the Stags have not been converting on those opportunities. The Stags are only converting their break possessions at 28.6%. If the Stags aren't going to bother scoring those breaks, then the Spinners can toss the disc to them all day, and it won't make a difference. But for the most part, the resets have been clean. Nothing has gone through there for either team. But, at this point, the Spinners are ahead. They outscored them 4-1 in the second quarter, and they're ahead now.
And on the other side, Portland, they started off a little bit slow. They made a comeback, and then they really struggled in that second quarter. Have they done, or what they will need to do, I guess, in the second half in order to get back into this?
Well, it's interesting. I think they stayed confident after that initial sort of press from the Spinners, and they got back into the game, but I don't think they were ready for that second quarter barrage that Philadelphia threw at them. Creating and controlling space, generally they're getting looks. They're not throwing into poaches. They're not throwing into muddled areas. It's more an issue of throwing turnovers deep or just having errors during the course of play close to the season. Disrupting handler motion, they've actually done a good job of that. They flushed Nick Hiernet all the way out of the handler space, but he ended up catching a goal on a guy who's much taller than him in McGinn. So their ability to disrupt the motion has worked, but the Spinners' second plan has been executed very well for their side. One other note is that the Spinners have 7 fouls so far. The Stags have 2 fouls so far. It's been a very different run of play for each team when they're on offense.
You hate to talk about a team that's not even in this game, but for the first time we've had a common opponent in Boston between these two teams. And I noticed, at least in that game that the Stags came out to Boston, they did actually outscore the Whitecaps 15-12 in the second half, and that could be something maybe we'd see in this second half if they can repeat that type of performance.
Well, what I would say is something that one of the Stags mentioned to us, I think it was Person, but I'm not entirely sure, is that after the first half, they realized that it wasn't just a matter of them playing for what they had, it was also a matter of them playing against the opponent that they had. So the halftime gave them a chance to regroup and then figure out how to attack their opponent. I would expect to see both teams' game plans change coming into the second half and have slightly different goals than they had coming into this game.
And we will see if they did indeed regroup here as they are at halftime. We're going to step away again, come back, second half action coming up here at Franklin Field.
The team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because it's like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a freaking monster. He can sort of just do it all, you know?
A few of my students were like, we saw you on the bus. I was like, I don't ride the bus. No, you're on the side of the bus.
Back here at Franklin Field, unfortunately, some inclement weather has come in, and we are in a delay. We are being asked to step away, but don't go anywhere. We will be back for the rest of this 2016 MLU Championship.
good for a while. I mean, I didn't follow it for like a decade essentially, but they had some high notes here and there, like back in the early 90s. I mean, early 2000s, not early 90s.
Who else? Like, I've known people who've done the cadets.
Yeah. A bunch of the guys I was in high school marching band with.
The cadets.
Our drill designer was their drill designer for our high school. And we had their
30?
We had their percussion instructor as well, so we had like all this like back and forth in between.
Yeah, it was a lot of like the drumline guys in college.
Welcome back to Franklin Field, 2016 MLU Championship. Apologize for the long delay, but glad you stuck with us, and we're ready to get started. The second half of action finally. It was just a long halftime, that's all.
It was an extra long halftime. We could have played an extra half of Ultimate in that halftime, I think, maybe even a full game. It's been a little while here. There's so many questions going into this second half now, though. Both the Spinners and the Stags had to deal with that long delay. It looks like the Stags will be coming out on offense based on who we see walking out there. Yep. And the fans also, some of them have left and come back. I don't know if they were going out to get food, going to a bar. They were hanging out down in the concourse for a while there. There's so many questions about how this is going to go. You never have a break this long in any of these games. It's more like a Club Ultimate environment where you actually have a bye. You have to check out for a little bit and then check back in. And one of the things that's going to happen coming out in the second half is that Portland's going to be starting on the back line of their end zone, and Philadelphia is going to be pulling from 20 yards ahead of their end zone because one of the Stags, Daniel Shaw, was banded for bumping into one of the Spinners, either a coach or a player, sort of at halftime there. Although that was, it seems like an hour ago. Yeah, I totally lost track of time here. I was running into people from way back when in the stands. We were talking about all sorts of stuff. Folks were talking about the tournament up in Philadelphia right now. And we're getting back here. Refs are clearing everything up. It looks like they may have to switch sides based on the hand motions that the refs are making there. Yeah, they're going to be switching sides. But coming back into the second half of this game, the Spinners won the second quarter 4-1.
Yep.
And the first quarter was a Stags victory 5-3, which left us at a 7-6 halftime score with the Spinners ahead by 1. And now we'll have 20 more minutes to decide who is going to go home with the MLU Championship trophy.
Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes. As Dusty gave you the recap there if you're just joining us or rejoining us and you forgot what happened.
That's kind of hard to tell what to recap and what not to, you know?
Teams get just a meeting there at midfield as they crossed each other's paths. I think everybody kind of forgot where they were supposed to be. And now they get a little bit of an extra jog before they can start this game up again. And, yeah, like you said, right at the end as the teams went to the locker rooms to start halftime, we had that bump from Shaw, and he got the band. You'll see him out there. But we'll see who this long drought hurt more, I would say. I'd say both teams definitely affected by it, but who did it disrupt more?
It's such a different environment to have that long break that you can't really plan for. There were a couple false starts where we thought we were going to come back and didn't actually come back. So the crowd could be a big factor right now. Have they checked out, or are they going to check right back in and cheer these Spinners on?
Here we go. Philadelphia pulling right to left now, and they're going to get it deep into Stags territory. Quickly up to Hayes. Or excuse me, that's Jensen.
They've got McCutcheon matched back up on Bjorklund as they did in the first quarter.
Hayes has it now. Bjorklund gets free down the sideline. McCutcheon quickly catches up, and now Hayes taking off for the end zone. Bjorklund looking that way, and Hayes catches up to it. And Portland doesn't seem affected by the long break as Rafi Hayes comes right out and scores the first goal of the third quarter and ties it back up at 7.
That's the thing. It looked like he was taking Isaiah Bryant deep there. I haven't caught quite a visual on it, but once Rafi Hayes gets a couple steps away from, it's Bryant going deep there. Once he gets a couple steps away from you, he's very difficult to catch up to. Bjorklund sails that backhand out nicely ahead of him, and Hayes looks like he's warmed back up for this second half of play. Got a nice run there in at the end.
Big run like that will definitely get you going. Take a look again. This is more from Cody's angle, the throw. You see it carry all the way in. A beautiful put from the Western Conference MVP.
It was indeed, and we're tied right back up there at 7. 12, 22 seconds into the second half. We're right back at 7. So this is pretty much an even match, and I don't know. I'm already back excited for the rest of this game.
This has been a great game.
I'm just trying to figure out how to talk about it now because
it's
so many things
like a separate game
on.
almost, and Portland spotted Philadelphia a point.
And now we're seeing the side stack here from Philadelphia. We got Pana coming out on the isolation cut, but McGinn's mark really prevented them from getting that throw off.
Radums, Glazer was coming under. Got a couple of steps on Minershagen as he went deep, cut under, and then faked him out again. Now he has the disc.
Glazer showed good balance on that. It wasn't a harsh cut one way or the other. It was a couple of sort of soft, quick direction-changing cuts. He stayed balanced very well.
Hairnet completes the long swing to Pana. Glazer now on the near side here. Puts it up to center with Sickles. That left-hand flick to Brandolph. Fakes a big backhand against Supnick. Brandolph again with the strike.
Sickles made a solid deep cut there. Covered pretty well by Topher Davis, however.
It's been a good matchup tonight. Again, giving space to Hairnet. Minershagen trying to get, he got a hand on it, but pass is still completed to Hairnet.
Watching Minershagen and Glazer go at it has been really informative as well. They both change direction well, but they're trying to anticipate slightly different things. It's been a good battle.
Again on Hairnet. And a whistle. Pick downfield.
Pick ball. Yep.
Against Philadelphia. Pointing at either Radums or Glazer are the only two deep cutters there for Philly.
And Philly's right back in. The Philly fans are right back into booing the refs on any call that goes against the Spinners.
They've had a tough go at it tonight with the referees, the Spinners.
The size of this difference between McGinn and Hairnet.
Still finds a way to get to Pana and then immediately gets it back. And now McGinn bumps into him. Hairnet immediately looks for the call. He gets it.
Definitely got bumped there. But again, this is kind of what we saw in the first half from some of the Stags, is that he didn't continue looking upfield for a moment. He definitely got fouled.
Brandolph. Trying to keep away from Supnick. Looking for that foot block. Drops back for Hairnet again. Spinners are inching closer to the end zone. Brandolph now with some separation. Doesn't pull the trigger. Now he looks a second look, and he finds Sickles on a long point. Brings us down to 7:33, and Philadelphia regains the 8-7 lead.
That was a good patient point there from Philadelphia, but the Stags shouldn't be too disheartened. They had some good marks, forcing tough throws, and eventually they were in a situation here where Sickles worked down the sideline. Minershagen lost him for just a moment, and they were able to deliver the disc for a score there. However, it looks like the Stags have created a couple opportunities for blocks, both on poach looks. It looked like Penner had an opportunity for a block there. It looks like the Stags are ready for this this half mentally. Physically is going to be the question. Are they all ready to run like Rafi Hayes is, or are they lagging behind a little bit?
They got Sickles, too, on a switch, because Davis had been covering him for most of that point, and with the switch to Minershagen, they were able to get it into him. Here's Chow with the pull for Philadelphia. Spinners again with the 8-7 lead. Tad Jensen. Up to Hayes.
Melius pulled a couple defenders away from Hayes there, got him open on that initial pull play look.
Jensen gets it right back to Hancock. A collision there as Bjorklund and Chow, both number 6s, collide.
Bjorklund kind of slowed up to change direction there, made a lot of contact with Chow. It's going to be a foul against Bjorklund, but just unlucky there.
So Hancock will have to take the disc back 10 yards. Shield is on him.
I can tell you, Portland's been working a lot more out of this horizontal stack.
Bjorklund, did he get into the end zone? Let's say he didn't. Now he's going to drop it back. That could be trouble. So now they've already gone back almost 20 yards. Now it's 20 yards. And they were on the goal line.
Philadelphia's positioning well in the end zone here. They're keeping track of the disc and getting in between their player and where they're trying to go. Oh, that's a dangerous bid.
That's a foul. So they'll get to center it. No?
No.
Because it wasn't on the goal line. But they just toss it in anyway as MLU gets the goal and tied back up at 8.
Good work there on the whole from Portland. Again, these are sort of calm offensive points. There are some defensive opportunities for both teams right now. Again, it seems like they came out with a game plan, but both teams have maintained possession enough that we haven't had an opportunity for a break so far in the second half. Yeah, it's just, I mean, he's making an effort to get the disc there, but he's just kind of rolling up on the player afterwards. It's that follow-through contact that you have to prevent as a defender. You have to take a clean path rather than making contact after the catch occurs.
And a good cut right after the call by MLU, too, to not waste time and right in the end zone.
Yeah, it's good timing. Sometimes it's difficult to anticipate when the ref is going to blow the disc back into play with the whistle, but he did a good job there creating a little bit of space. The thrower stayed with him, delivered the pass.
So here we go, tied back up at 8, 6:16 left to go in the third, and pull from Portland. Bear will pick it up here, and that's right there for him. Again, trying to use his long reach to keep Nick honest. Randolph, Sickles to Bear. Bear given a little bit of space from Shaw. Now he cranks one deep to Himalaya Maeda. And the injured Maeda is back on the field and scoring goals.
He's given us the mean mug as well. Looking back, the issue there was that Portland lost the over-the-top contain. 2 players were actually open deep for the shot there, and they ended up just being able to deliver the disc out in front. Portland was never able to make a play on it.
Take another look. There he was able to go to his backhand, and it's got to feel good for Himalaya to be back out there scoring goals in the MLU championship.
Yeah. And he feels strong enough in that injured hand that he's punching the disc down with that specific hand. So you can tell he's pretty much back from the injury. Little protective covering there. But it was Woodside and Minershagen who sort of lost track of Arcata and Himalaya Maeda going deep there. Got to stay over top. They couldn't see the disc as you saw Woodside turning to the wrong side. Looked like Bayer delivered the assist there. Good play on his part.
Hancock reels in the pull in this horizontal stack for Portland. Cable up to Pston. I don't know if Cable was ready for that dump from Pston. He gets it anyway as Bryant's giving him fits. Up to Jensen. Jensen steps into his backhand. Nealis has it. Drops back. Cable again.
Cable's using good depth on his resets.
Very close. The bid from Dunn. Hayes holds on to it. Drops back for Cable again.
We're getting more into the vertical stack from Portland here.
And now a call foul against Philadelphia. I believe on Gabe Colton.
Good demonstrative call from the ref. He's making it very clear what happened there. I like the way he was directing the players there immediately. Good execution. Even the refs can have good games out here.
Cable stepping around Bryant. Gets it to Jensen. Jensen, that little throw and go. Hayes trying to get around Dunn and Bryant in the double team. Philadelphia really playing some strong defense on this point. Cable.
Ooh.
Fakes able to get it to Hayes. Stags are really working here.
Yeah, they're not moving quite as much as they should be downfield. This is one of the things they do with isolation cutters a lot.
Timeout.
Yeah, probably a good call by Correll there. The Stags were looking a little stagnant, as one might say, and looks like we'll take a timeout here.
Timeout with 4:28 left to go in the third. Philly up by 1. Skippy, the official peanut butter of the MLU, made with the funnest peanuts ever. Skippy, yippee! Mainstay Investments is a proud sponsor of today's MLU championship game. Visit them online at mainstayinvestments.com or like Mainstay Investments on Facebook to see what's happening this summer. Attention Spinners fans in college, high school, middle school, or their parents. Make the Grade provides for all your academic and college planning needs, from SAT and ACT prep, application essay guidance, and course reviews to tutoring for all levels for math and science. Make the Grade provides individualized instruction to help you to reach your goals. www.makethegrade.net.
During that little break there, we saw a look at the Portland offensive huddle, sort of calmly talking about what they were going to do when they get back out on the field. And then we saw a look at the Philadelphia defensive huddle, where it was Isaiah Bryant and Nick Patel just sort of yelling at the defensive players, saying, we need more, we need to do this, we need to do that. It's such an illustrative, take your pick.
Yeah.
It illustrates the difference between the two sides of the disc. On offense, you need to be calm, composed, play with energy, and play with positive force. On defense, you want to get that sort of almost rage going. You want to get that boiling inside a little bit and just go after it.
Bryant's been such a good leader, too, this season for that defense, and they're playing very well on this point. They do get a couple of subs. Jack Casey's come in.
Good play call, good design here to start. A little bit of a rotation. We've got Pston putting it up to
tough.
Bjorklund.
McCutcheon and McCutcheon wins the battle. Gets over the MVP.
It's an impressive win for McCutcheon there. It looked like Bjorklund actually should have tried to stop a little bit shorter and prevent him from going up at all. But the throw from Pston, not that good to start. And then Bryant gives that turn right back.
Bjorklund's got it, drops back for Jensen. So Portland, another chance here. Davis cut off. And that one's thrown away on the big swing. Again to Bjorklund. McCutcheon not allowing him to get there. That would have been tough anyway.
Yeah, they threw that really far out. You can see that McCutcheon has a little bit of a speed advantage on Bjorklund. The rain is starting to come back a little bit and get into the field.
Colton lets it rip. They're going to see that speed advantage. Bjorklund trying to gain position as this hangs up. McCutcheon wins the battle again. Give him the bookends.
That is a huge individual point from Charlie McCutcheon. He's made a statement out here that while Bjorklund may be the MVP of the West, now he's out here in the East, and he may not be up to the task tonight.
10-8. Philadelphia, biggest lead in a while. Last day up were 7-5.
This throw from Pston, he just sails it up a little bit. Doesn't really give Bjorklund an opportunity to get the disc that well.
Bjorklund's just got himself a ban, too. I don't know if it was for complaining.
And here we'll see the opportunity for Bjorklund to get this disc. McCutcheon lines it up, goes up early. Bjorklund gets close, but he's just not there.
Cody not happy with maybe the way that McCutcheon, I don't know if he thought he threw that elbow at him at the end there.
Well, there was a lot of celebration there from the Spinners just afterwards, so it may have been something that happened after the actual run of play.
That too.
But now the Stags again are going to be starting from the back of their own end zone. As you can see here, the rain is actually starting to come down. Not as heavy as it was earlier when we had delays both before the game and at halftime, but it is going to change the way that the rest of this game goes. It'll change the character a bit.
10-8 now. The score, 3:28 left to go in the third quarter. Philadelphia with their eyes on the prize here. And Peck will pull. It stays this way. Ethan Peck could very well be your MVP for that Callahan that he had in the first half.
I don't know. Right now, I'd make the argument for McCutcheon. He got that block
huge.
Early, and he just had this last point where he's making Bjorklund not be quite the positive factor for the Stags that he has been all season long. And indeed, for 4 years with the Stags.
Yeah, absolutely. Swung around to Seamer. Close catch, but made by Adamson. Cable's got it. Again, pushing over to Seamer. Drop back for Supnick. Cable reels that one in with the left hand. Cable uncorks the big one. Looking for Pston. Pston trying to size it up against Martin, and Martin takes it away from him. We've seen him do it all season.
Martin took the inside route there. It was almost like Pston didn't respect the fact that Martin was going to be able to go up early enough, and then the spinners just sort of sail a pass there. That was their opportunity to go up 3 rather than 2.
Supnick almost tipped it right back into the spinner's hands, though. So Portland catches another break. They get it back. Long swing, and Cable can't come up with it. Twice we've seen that after a turn that Portland goes for that long swing, and they can't complete the pass. Shields trying to calm down the pack.
It's getting sloppy on both sides right now.
Yep, and that throw, Cable, I think, got a piece of it.
I think it just slipped out of his hands, honestly.
And then that one pops out of Davis's hands. The disc is wet.
Yeah, I don't know if they need gloves or what, but right now, neither of the teams is really executing to the top of their skill level.
Let's see if they try to wipe Bloodgood's wiping the disc off a bit. Now looking for the upline strike into the end zone. It floats, and Chow reels it in still. Davis was trying to get all over him. Chow gives him a pat on the back, but what a veteran move there from Leon Chow to just stick with it.
And the key for the offense is always to make sure that the completion happens once you're into the end zone. And you can see the exhaustion there and the frustration from Tover Davis, who gave all he had on that point, gave all he had on that opportunity in the end zone. But this pass here, where Martin takes the inside path, Pston was expecting to go up from the around, and then Martin just, I don't know, his positioning was perfect on this.
Just rips it away, and then Bloodgood, the smart one, wipes off the disc very quickly enough, and Chow just, his eyes never left it. He got up in the air, but he never took his eyes off the disc.
That's the experience. He went up to get it early and then realized that it was going to keep sailing, was able to compose himself, land, make the catch. Portland's got a tough task ahead of them in the second half here. Only 1:46 left in this quarter, and then they're going to have 10 more minutes after that. They need to score this offensive point and get back on track.
Bjorklund's got it. He's looking for Hayes in between 2 defenders, and he goes up over Bryan and takes it away. Wow, what a catch from Rafi Hayes. Now he's dealing with a double team, drops it back for Jensen. Jensen pushes it forward to Hancock. Portland needs this goal. Jensen with a nice cut, gets away from the defense, and they can't finish it off. Melius drops it.
That is a really rough drop. After that play from Hayes to continue the possession on downfield, they got a good, clean look at the end zone. Just got to him too quickly.
Philly could kill off this remaining minute here, going the length of the field, but they will air it out, and right away, Casey gets the better time jump away from Pston. Esser might be able to milk this one a little bit towards the end zone. Now he's got to wait for the rest of his offense. Dunn trying to create some space. Esser sees it, and Dunn's got it, and Philadelphia has the biggest lead of the night, up 12-4.
They have really gone on a run here.
Well, we got a foul. I think they're going to call Dunn for the bump on Pston before he caught the disc.
There was a lot of contact there. I'm not really sure which of the two created the contact, but there was a significant bump there.
So Esser will have to reset here 10 yards deeper. He floats one to Patel, reels it in, shy of the end zone, and then he puts that one up, and it's McCutcheon.
Again, this is still the same thing where Philadelphia is going on a run right now, and the Stags don't have any answers. They're putting discs up into double coverage. Their big players are getting skied. Their players are getting beat underneath, and they're just having some drops mixed in with it. This catch from Hayes was almost sort of the game-changing thing that they needed to get to maintain possession, get down and score that goal, but then Melius had the drop. Pston goes up early, almost makes a fantastic block there, and then you see the bump.
The bump.
Not entirely sure who caused that bump. As you can see, Dunn there is also having some question about it. And this is just an easy goal for McCutcheon. This is the time. So we thought that the Stags were down early in the game, where they went down 0-1 after that first break, which seems like forever ago.
Oh, it was.
But right now, this is the moment where they're actually being questioned and tested. Will they come back from this? What will they have left in their tank? And how will they answer the aggressive spinners right now? When the spinners get you down, they just keep coming at you with wave after wave of defenders. The Stags need to figure out what their go-to move is, what their plan for this point and the next point is, and maintain control on offense.
Hancock comes over to get the disc off the pull. And swing it over to Seamer.
And you can see some of the defenders are out there on the field for the Stags. And the Spinners, with 30 seconds left on the clock, are sitting in a zone where 2 of their players are 5 to 20 yards deeper than all of the Stags.
Let's see if they send Woodside deep. He's out on the field right now. Hancock's got it. Woodside's close to the end zone. Bjorklund has it, but he's not going to get the throw off.
10 seconds?
I don't know, because it went out of bounds. This is going to carry out the back.
Sailed that way too far.
This is the way they finished against Boston, too.
Well, there's still 4 seconds left here. The disc is out of bounds, so they're going to get a chance to put a shot up for Philadelphia, it looks like.
So Philadelphia will get the disc back. Esser will pick it up.
Four seconds. They've got a couple open options here. The question will be, will they actually go for it, or will they just maintain possession and not take a shot and not have the risk of giving a goal back to Portland?
Esser's got it. I think he's just well, we're waiting for the whistle.
Waiting for the refs to get back in position.
He will throw it over. And Colton will send it deep. Can carry a bit. It might carry into the end zone, but Portland gets a hand on it. Woodside, I think, got the block in the end. And we are 3/4 of the way done and 1 more to go. And Philadelphia in the driver's seat. Will they take home the MLU championship? We're going to find out in 10 minutes.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on the ball.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Canterbury is proud to power your game and as the official apparel sponsor for Major League Ultimate. Visit www.canterburyus.com today, the destination for your team's custom uniforms. Canterbury, committed to Ultimate. Do you have a team trip or corporate outing coming up? If so, charter a private bus, minibus, or party bus from busrental.com, a U.S. Coachways company. Bus travel is one of the safest, greenest, and most affordable ways to get your group to an event. If you're going with a group, trust busrental.com. Enter coupon code MLUBUS and get additional savings and VIP treatment. Innova is proud to support Major League Ultimate and its incredible athletes. As the official disc of the MLU, the Innova Pulsar has quickly become the disc of choice at Ultimate's highest level. Visit innovadiscs.com to find a dealer near you. Back here at Franklin Field, they're getting ready to start the 4th and final quarter. Jeff Poster, Dusty Rhodes, and it was all Philly in that 3rd quarter, and the guy, really it was all Charlie McCutcheon.
And he's been making plays all day with his matchups. A lot of the time it's been on Bjorklund. He's been using his quickness and his leaping ability to get out and make plays on the disc. That throw really, that's still on Pston. Bjorklund did a good job attempting to box out here, but the throw was just not possible.
He gets a block before this, too, because Portland got the disc back after that, and then he comes over and got another one.
And he received just another goal on the inside to McCutcheon. That's actually a pretty easy score for him, and he's making it look easy with the spike as well. The key here for Philadelphia is that their offensive scoring efficiency is at 60% right now. and that's a little bit lower than what they had during the regular season. For Portland, they're down at 46.2%. During the regular season, they were up over 70. I think they were up at 73%. Whew. And on the other side, both of these defenses generally had been converting very well over the course of the season. They've been up over 40% for the defensive scoring efficiency. Philadelphia is holding true to that. They're at 46.2%. Portland is at 20%. Portland is just not showing up right now in aggregate over the course of the game. They played well in the first quarter. In the second quarter, they did not play well. They were down 4-1 in that second quarter. And in this third quarter, this has just been a disaster.
Yeah,
unmitigated disaster.
Apart.
So right now, they've got a 4-point deficit. Have they gone on runs like this before? Yes, they came back and beat the Rainmakers. Have they gone on runs like this when they were ahead? Yes, they absolutely have. But they need to dig down deep and try to get a break early and put the pressure back on Philadelphia. If you get a break or two, then you see what the true character of an offense is.
And add insult to injury for the Stags. Philadelphia will be receiving the disc here to start. It'll be Stephen Rice to pull once again. There's 10 minutes separate us and the new MLU champion. We're going to find out here. We're underway in the fourth quarter. Good pull from Rice. Touches down and slides to Brandolph. Picks it up at his own feet. Hironet's got it against McGinn. It's been the matchup all night. Layout bid from Rice. Just shy on Katzenbach.
Well delivered by Brandolph to the outside shoulder, to the outside hand. Katzenbach made the catch.
Radums trying to get around Woodside. Brandolph so good at that upline strike.
It's a really quick cut and read of the defender by Brandolph.
Drops it back for Hironet. Nick a second or two without a mark. Now finds Glazer.
Couple extra steps there from
Into
Glazer.
The middle collision, but it held onto nicely by Sickles.
Meinershagen was the second defender there, and he almost got the block he's been looking for all game.
Katzenbach finds Radums. Radums was looking at the end zone for Meta. Instead sends it up to Sickles. Sickles on the line. Meta, he can't get there this time.
This is the opportunity. This is the chance. Portland needs to control this point on defense. Whatever that is for their team, they need to do it now. Whoever they want as their cutters, they can call whatever play they want.
McGinn will start things off. The dump not there.
Looked at that reset really early, and Woodside had Radums by about 7 yards on an underneath cut.
Supnick pushes it up ahead. Completed to Penner. Supnick again. Rice.
Nice delivery from Supnick on that pass.
Again, I saw he looked like he was pointing to Woodside. Now he's got to deal with a double team. Glazer quickly comes off. Penner. One-handed grab there by Supnick. Puts it to Tover Davis's hands. Meinershagen coming up. Shakes him off, and the swing is not there. That's a bad throw by Topher Davis.
He just threw that without any sense of how the disc was going to curve back towards his receiver. He just put sort of a direct blade out to space. Just didn't hang long enough.
Meta was deep. Again, Radums wanted to hit him. And Katzenbach, normally very sure-handed, drops that one.
Yep, and that's the reason you have him out there, is you want him to make those easy catches in the rain, in the wind. And Portland's going to get another shot at this.
Supnick double teamed. The open man is Penner. Glazer comes over. Quickly up ahead to Rice. McGinn coming in. Woodside making his cut, trying to find some space in the end zone around Radums. There's a hammer across the field. Meinershagen. Oh, and he had it in his hand, and it popped out as he hit the ground.
That was a really tough look for Portland. The fact that Meinershagen almost completed is impressive.
Glazer catches this big flick from Sickles. He's got to wait for the rest of his offense. Drops it off for Hironet. If anything, Portland's just losing time. We're already down to 7 minutes here.
They're losing time, and they weren't moving that fast on offense. They were stagnant after they had gotten the disc, and here they have another chance to get it back, but they may not have enough energy.
Brandolph completes to Glazer. Meta trying to get around, and they both Meta and McGinn go down. Glazer. The field definitely wet on the turf here. And timeout called by Glazer.
Yeah,
or
both
Coach Stanley actually on the sideline.
Both teams are looking a little ragged right now. Probably a good call. They got to clean it up. Maybe put some new players out there.
We'll take it to 6:39 left to go here in the championship game.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on the ball.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Back here at Franklin Fields, looking in at the Portland huddle. Got to find a way to get the disc back. Down 12-8 with only 6:44 left to go. And this is still just the first point of the fourth quarter.
And Philly's about 16 yards from the goal right here. If they go up 5 goals at this point in the game, that's pretty much lights out, because there's no way you're going to go on a 5 to 6 goal run with only that, like, 6 minutes left.
A minute a goal, essentially.
You would need so much luck and so much fortune at that point. And Portland has already wasted a couple of their fortunate opportunities. They just had one here. This point is sort of the telling thing of this second half. Yes, you can see the GoPro there. It's actually up on the hat. You noticed that earlier.
James
Kalinske has it. Yeah, I'm very interested to see some of the footage.
I would love to see that his view.
I think it's one of the few cameras in the stadium that we don't have feeding up to us here for choosing between what we're going to look at.
I want to know if that was his idea or if it was or someone told him he had to do that.
If I remember correctly, he suggested it, and the league was like, yeah, that sounds great.
Cool.
So the league had previously done it where they put a GoPro on one of the refs' chests, but as Nick Darling put it, they learned that the chest doesn't always go in the same direction as your head, so it was often totally missing anything interesting.
Here we go, out of the timeout. Philly will keep a couple of the same guys out there. Glazer and Brandolph stay. So like Dave Baer comes in, as well as David Shields will be back there to handle across.
We should see an isolation look here to Brandolph at the top of the stack to start. You can see the separation from the top. And he's making that cut straight to the corner.
Right there. Easy
delivery for Glazer. Brandolph is so tough to stay with on his quick first step. Changes directions within those first couple cuts so easily. And the throw from Glazer was pinpoint.
Lines up as a hold for Philadelphia and pushes it up to that 5-goal lead, like you said, Dusty, and that might just do it. We'll see. It's still 6:39 left, but based on the way Portland's been playing, their frustrations are definitely showing, and Philadelphia is just feeling the hometown advantage.
And you can see on that cut, Brandolph pushed underneath to start with his first step or two, and then got his defender's hips to turn, so that, and Glazer's even pointed it out beforehand. He got his hips. He got Sam Frainer's hips to turn just for a moment, and that created the separation to start. And then as he went out, Frainer doesn't have the explosiveness to catch up to Brandolph on that short run. If it had been a 40-yard sprint, 50-yard sprint, maybe, but in that short little space, not a chance.
Another pull from Casey. It's really just hanging up there, allowing Philly to get down there. Hayes has it. Portland has got to strike quick.
Time is definitely a factor now.
Up the middle to Melius. Looking for Hayes downfield. This is even too far for him.
The throw
Good look.
on its own, beautiful throw. Very smooth, released well, got out there with pace. But if Hayes can't catch up to it, I don't think you have anybody else in your team who was going to. McGinn just overthrew it a bit. We saw that a couple other times. Bjorklund overthrew it earlier. And they're just a little excitable right now because they're trying to rush back into this game.
There's a swing, and now Portland, they've got the Callahan. Two Callahans in one game. That's the way to start a comeback.
That is the sort of situation that gives you an opportunity, and now they get the disc right back. And they'll have an opportunity to get this second goal. That was such an easy Callahan. I'm not sure I've seen an easier one in the MLU so far. He was just taking the inside route, went straight towards it. It was a clap catch Callahan on the throw from Bryant.
It looked like he was throwing to him. And he gets it in front of McCutcheon, the guy who was huge there in the third quarter.
Well, you can see Jensen was inside of him by about 3 or 4 yards. So he had the inside path right away. That throw never should have been put up all the way over there. It's a lot of field to cover, and that gives the defender an opportunity to cut through the side.
Cuts it down to 4, and Portland will get the disc back with 5:54. So, again, still very much the same situation, but back-to-back possessions, you can make this a game again.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Maybe the whole plan there was to get it down to the other end and then go for the Callahan so you get the disc right back. Some second-level gamesmanship.
That's what they'll tell you if it ends up in their favor the way this one ends. So Peck will pull. This one will hang up. Jensen's got it.
Bit of a split stack here from the Stags.
Melius comes out, makes that catch. Was looking for big backhand.
Yeah, Minor Shagan was open deep down the sideline, but then he got doubled both by Peck and Lindsay.
Pston was poached momentarily. Now he's taking off. Hancock, Melius again. Right back to Hancock. And now Hancock looking for Pston in the end zone. Martin is there, and Martin causes enough around Pston that he can't read the disc properly, and it shakes away from him to the right.
Yeah, I thought Pston had a good read on that.
Looked
I
like
thought he
it.
was going to get Martin up and then just make the catch easily. I thought he could have gone up early, but overthinking it a little bit can be the worst nightmare for a cutter.
Bloodgood's just going to send it deep right into, well, Pston tips it up, and now Martin's going to have another chance, but Pston this time wins the race and just knocks it straight down. He should have just caught it. He lost about 25 yards.
And you're going to lose some time here, but there weren't any other Stags down there with him. So if he had caught it, he would have had to wait for a while to get the offense back with him.
McGinn's got it. Pston coming out. He's open. Martin giving him a lot of space. Minor Shagan's got it. Now Bjorklund's headed deep. They're going to try him this time against Peck. It will carry into the end zone, and Bjorklund bobbles it, and then it's knocked away by Philadelphia at the end.
You just... Still, drops make me sad. It doesn't matter when they happen. It doesn't matter how they happen. When it just bounces off of a player's hands, it's just not what you want to see.
It was knocked away by Bloodgood. And now this one, close. Minor Shagan pushes it away, but time is still ticking. Approaching 4 minutes, and you're down by 4, so you're back to that same situation. You need to score a goal every minute, basically, just to tie.
They had the opportunity here just a little bit ago.
Jensen's low throw dug out by McGinn, and now McGinn gets it in to Pston. So after a couple of turns, Portland's finally able to capitalize on the Callahan double possession.
I tell you, at this point, I mean, when we came back from that long break, I thought we were going to see one team be affected by this more than the other. I'll tell you, the quality of the game overall has been affected. It's been way sloppier in the second half, and on the whole, that has benefited the Spinners. They've been on the right end of a couple of plays just like this, where Portland had a couple drops. But the thing is, it's been sloppy for both sides. So the positive spin for Portland is that both teams are making errors right now. And if we can finally get the Spinners to make a handful of errors in a row, they could get back into this game. It is only a 3-point game now, and that's way closer than we thought it was going to be based on what we saw just 2 minutes ago.
We've talked
3 minutes ago, sorry.
Yeah, all season long how much this season in the MLU has been just run by teams. Boston did it earlier, New York did it earlier, Portland did it earlier, especially early on in the year. There were so many comeback runs and just big runs of goals scored. Can we see Portland do it again here with 3:54 left to go? Now they're pulling from midfield, so it's a good turn of events the way you think about it. You get a Callahan, then you score again, and now you pull from midfield. You're setting yourself up pretty well.
And the big floaty pull from Supnick gave them an opportunity to get down on these first throws. They're putting pressure on Philadelphia for this whole possession.
Randolph continuing to be that pest with that upline strike.
Oh, he's so quick. He's played very well today.
Got it again. And he releases almost immediately. Hairnet with the fake. Draws his man away. That was Frainer. Randolph has it again. Bear with the huck.
I think that's
downfield.
too far.
Meta never gives up. But yeah, even too far from him. Woodside saw that was too far early.
I'm not sure what Bayer was thinking there. Their handlers were moving the disc so well and so confidently, just maintaining possession. It would have been better for them to take a whole nother minute off the clock before they threw a turnover.
Portland another chance here. They can cut it to 2.
Good initial cut from Bowie, got deep on Bayer, but now he's too deep for the offense to take advantage of him or any other deep cuts at the moment.
Frainer helps out Supnick by coming under. Frainer again. Woodside, one-handed grab around Meta. Now he's swings it back.
That was a
back
tough
into the
catch
end
for
zone.
Supnick.
Supnick holds on to it.
Down to 2.5 minutes.
Portland has got to find a better way to move the disc. They might even have to think about using their last time out just to get their offense out.
Well, Woodside's open for a 40-yard gainer right now.
He's right there. Now they see him.
And now it's down to about a 20-yard gainer. I mean, they needed to hit him earlier. And now we have Woodside putting it up deep.
For Topher Davis, and it'll carry. It'll give him a chance, and he's got the disc. Someone's got to help him out and get downfield. He drops it back for Frainer. And then they find their way into the end zone. Took a while to get there, but Will Shaw, he's got the 11th goal of the night.
Now we've got it down to within 2, and I got to tell you, I think that's the farthest I've seen Woodside throw in his entire MLU career. But he sort of realized that someone needed to do it, and he was going to be the player to put it up for Davis. If you're going to put it up for a player, you can trust Davis to make the best play that he can on it. You saw him boxing out the defender there, getting aggressive up in the air, and now Portland's going to take another timeout, pull from midfield, and then we're going to see what the Spinners are going to put out on the field at the moment. It looks like they're putting out mostly their D-line.
Yep.
This is the opportunity. Portland can't blink anymore, but if Philadelphia blinks, Portland's still going to have an opportunity here.
Glazer and Radams are out there as, well, Brandolph, he doesn't need rest. He's coming right back out. And they need a guy like him out there.
He's been able to create easy passes for all sorts of his teammates, whether they're up line cuts, around cuts, goal-scoring cuts, anything.
Looks like the pull is going to come from Dan Shaw.
Now it looks like Philadelphia is taking a counter timeout to get their line settled and put out the players that they want at this critical juncture.
We'll take it too. There's 2:02 left. Can Portland come back, or will Philadelphia host the trophy in their own city? Skippy, the official peanut butter of the MLU, made with the funnest peanuts ever. Skippy Yippee! Mainstay Investments is a proud sponsor of today's MLU Championship game. Visit them online at mainstayinvestments.com or like Mainstay Investments on Facebook to see what's happening this summer. And attention Spinners fans in college, high school, middle school, and your parents. Make the Grade provides for all your academic and college planning needs, from SAT and ACT prep, application, essay guidance, and course reviews to tutoring for all levels of math and science. Make the Grade provides individualized instruction to help you reach your goals. Visit www.makethegrade.net. And while we got a second here, as it was last time out from Portland and Philadelphia, just has one left. I just want to take the second to thank our fabulous production staff here, Dusty, who's made us look so good this season. So a big shout out to Scott Helm, Greg Fallon, Tim Brubaker, Connor Lyons, Ben Choi, Dana Matson, Jake McLaren, Will Shutt, Jim Coyne, Matt Ivanoni, Luke Ryan, who's done our stats all season, and then our great production director here, Matt Gray. Those are the guys that have made these live streams possible across the entire MLU this season, and they don't get enough credit for the great job that they do. So we thank you guys so much for being here all season with us. It's been awesome.
They keep making us sound like we know what we're talking about. It's great.
They do the prep. They help put together these scripts, those reads that I just did. They're the ones who give that stuff to me. Luke gives us all these great stats all season long. Like, we have the easy job, I feel. Well, great job by our production staff. So here we go. 2:02 left to go. No timeouts left for Portland. Trailing by 2, 13-11.
And you can see out here for the Stags, they're sort of emptying what they have left. They're putting McGinn out there, Person out there,
There's no
Hayes
tomorrow.
out there. This is what there is. This point is so vital.
Good stop by Katzenbach.
A little hesitant to get that disc centered, though. This
Bear.
is trouble.
Brandolph back to Bear. Portland wants that second count. Thrown into space. Radams has got it, and they're out of the end zone safely. Philadelphia just has to take care of the disc. Pana and contact. Yep, there's a foul.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I saw that he hit the ground, but I wasn't sure exactly how it happened. They'll get the 10 yards here. We're down to 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Pana's got it against Hayes. Pana was thinking about taking a deep shot to Sickles. Sends it over to Katzenbach. Katzenbach having trouble, finds Brandolph against McGinn.
It's good coverage from McGinn, but not quite good enough. Brandolph has been the key to the Spinners' offense all day today.
Just another minute 10 left for the Spinners. And historically, they have been a team that can just make throw after throw after throw. Brandolph drops it back for Bear. We've got 1 minute. Bear against Frainer. Swing over to Glazer. Pston on him.
Ooh.
Bear just barely collects that one. Sickles, slow throw, dug out by Radams, bat his knees. Radams continues it to Glazer. Katzenbach has it. Sickles is taken off for the end zone. He's wide open, and Katzenbach calls timeout with 36 seconds left.
And you got to feel it. I mean, the Spinners fans are feeling it. They're starting to cheer out here. There's only 36 seconds left. Katzenbach burns that timeout. It almost gives Portland another chance to set up exactly what they want on defense. It's not over yet.
We'll take a break here, too, for the final time. 13-11. We come back. We are going to know who the MLU champion is.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on it.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that we didn't think was possible.
Back here at Franklin Fields. Nice shot up top of the Philadelphia huddle, and they're looking to kill this final 36 seconds. And what a journey it's been for Philadelphia. I mean, what a journey it's been for both these teams going back to the inaugural season in 2013. Both teams finished in last. But Philadelphia, that steady climb, they went from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. And finally, they win the East. And they've been, for the most part, in control of this championship game, basically from the beginning.
There was a little bit there in the late first quarter where Portland was sort of trying to wrest control back. But the way the Spinners got after it in the second quarter and the third quarter, it's just been impressive to watch, and it's been emblematic of the way that they've beaten teams over the course of the season. Once they get that little crack in your offense, once they find that weak spot in your armor, they just go after it over and over and over again. And over the course of this season, so far, McCutcheon's been the only player I've seen match up against Bjorklund and steadily get the best of him over and over and over again.
Bjorklund, the MVP, has not been a factor tonight. For that same speech, Timmy Pston hasn't really either. And they're looking right for the kill shot. There it is. Philadelphia scores with 32 seconds left. Trey Katzenbach gets the assist to David Brandolph. He wasn't here last year. He comes back, and he's going to be able to celebrate an MLU championship.
That was the exact same cut that Brandolph ran before. Just started from the top of the stack, cut to the near side of the field. It's easy enough. Last time he was beating Sam Frainer. This time it's Vin Bowie. Nobody can keep up with Brandolph in these small areas.
He has been absolutely huge tonight. And Katzenbach, who's been on this team and he's the veteran of the Philadelphia area Ultimate, he's got to feel good about getting that assist here tonight. Might be the kill shot, as we said, with 32 seconds left, down 3, no timeouts. Could be all over for Portland.
And what you should expect to see here from Philadelphia is that they're going to drop a couple defenders back, make sure the pull play doesn't get off, sag people into the end zone, and make this possession for the Portland Stags feel just totally ineffectual. And even if they score, it'll likely just be cosmetic.
Pull's going to come in relatively short, and you do have the players back. Swinging out to Bjorklund. Hayes is taken off. Long cross-field swing, and it's thrown away. Too much for Hancock, and Philadelphia is just going to pick up the disc. They only have to make...
They don't even need to rush to pick it
just
up.
One throw, really. 11 seconds. Colton will put up a hammer to Lindsay, another one of the veterans here. He drops it back for Bryant, and that's it. Your 2016 MLU champions and the hometown heroes here at Franklin Field, the Philadelphia Spinners.
It's been a great performance from them all year long. In this game here, they have gone after their opponents every single game, every single way. They just go after you over and over and over again, and eventually they wear you down. Everything that we've seen from them has just been fantastic this year.
A phenomenal season for the Spinners. Came up just short a year ago. They brought back the core again. They bring in some new faces. Daryl Stanley, a first-year head coach here. And what a job he did in a well-earned victory here over the Portland Stags. Your 2016 Spinners are your MLU champions. We're going to come back, continue to break this one down. Your final score, the Spinners 14 and the Stags 11.
The team dynamic is just to have as much fun as possible.
It's an experience, man. You turn around and you look and there's this big giant animal running towards you.
When I first started commentating, it was kind of tough for me because it's like, well, I can be out there too. I can play with these guys. Why am I up here in the booth?
Jeff Grant he's a freaking monster. He can sort of just do it all, you know?
A few of my students were like, we saw you on the bus. I was like, I don't ride the bus. No, you're on the side of the bus.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had four hands, I would put all four hands on it.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that you didn't think was possible.
Back here again at Franklin Field. There you see it, the final score. The Spinners hang on 14-11 over the Stags in the MLU Championship here in 2016. They took out the defending champs and named themselves the champs, Dusty, and what a game they played. They struggled a little bit there late in the first quarter, but they regrouped and absolutely shut down this high-powered offense of Portland in the second and third quarters.
They kept pressure on that whole time, and we talked about this with both teams beforehand. But we also managed to, as they say, they weathered the storm during this. Even during that rain delay and during everything else, they stuck with it the whole time and got back out ahead of the Stags.
And speaking of sticking with it, here's a guy who's stuck with the Spinners since the very beginning. Trey Katzenbach joins us fieldside. Trey, congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Oh, my God, how much fun was that? We don't like to make it easy, do we?
No, I guess not, but hey, you got the win.
Yeah, it was amazing. So as the offensive players, we just try to get out of the way and let our defense get on there. They carried us all year, and oh my God, they just were touching every single play on every single point. They made it really hard on their offense, and I'm so glad that we could pull it out.
Was that the sort of general plan defensively against the Stags today?
Well, yeah, we knew that Cody was going to want to get the disc, so we tried to push him out, and we knew that Rafi was going to do everything, so we tried to be right on his back, and we knew that Timmy Pston was going to try to score, so we tried to push him under a little bit. You can't say enough about how good those guys were. Greg Martin, Jack Casey did some amazing work.
So tell us a little bit about how McCutcheon managed to take Bjorklund out of the game so much.
Well, I don't think it's a surprise. I think Charlie McCutcheon is the best on-man defender in Philadelphia now, so he wanted that matchup. We gave him that matchup, and he was right on his back every time.
And I mean, we can see that you're talking about the young players who have come in on this team this year specifically in the last couple of years. What has the change been like since 2013?
Well, it's been great. So we go from the patrol team to this team, and we bring in a whole bunch of nice young players. It brings in a lot of enthusiasm. And as an older player, it's great because you get to hand the baton off to those guys and realize that the team's in good hands.
And another addition for the team this year is having Daryl Stanley as the coach. How has that changed the approach for this team?
It just he brought a new offense, more of that revolver-style offense, and it really helped a lot. I can't say enough about Izzy Bryant as well, a new addition. His leadership was unparalleled. I don't know if you saw him out there. He's the one who always took the center of the circle. He made a mistake there, and we took it, and we had his back for him.
Yeah, he's been one of Jeff Poster's favorite players all season long. He talks about him all the time.
Yep.
And I guess we'll get you out of here on this. Now that you've won the championship, championship. Are we going to see you back next year?
Oh, absolutely. If we keep winning games like this, I'm going to play another 5 years.
I love it.
It was fantastic seeing you guys out here all season, and the way you guys weathered the storm during the break and everything like that. It's been a great experience for us. We loved watching this game. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We learned how to win over the last 3 years, and the games that we've lost in the past that would have been like this, we learned how to win them, and that's a great thumbs up to the guys.
Go celebrate with your teammates, Trey. Congratulations.
Thank you for your time.
That's great stuff from Trey. We're going to step away one more time. We'll come back and break this down for the final time here at Franklin Field.
That was an incredible game to watch.
It was a huge loss.
I just decided to launch and try to get it.
I knew if I went up early enough, I could get it.
And all of a sudden, there are feet kind of above heads.
Does it all come back to this loss? Does it all come back to this play?
If I had 4 hands, I would put all 4 hands on it.
It was up the other line. They had to deliver.
Boston kept doing this thing that we didn't think was possible.
Back here for the final time at Franklin Field. Again, the final score, Philadelphia 14, Portland 11. The 2016 MLU champs are the Eastern Conference's Philadelphia Spinners, and they have a lot to celebrate tonight. And I'm sure it's going to be a good night if you're both a Spinner and a Spinners fan.
And the game on the whole, despite the fact that we had that huge delay in the middle, it was great. There were swings one way, swings the other way. But I got to tell you, the way that the Spinners just kept at it all throughout the game, it's emblematic of what they did all season long. There was no quit in this team, and they found a way to win.
They put together a complete season. They only lost one game. They come in, they took care of business. It's just a phenomenal season for the Philadelphia Spinners. And again, one other congratulations to the Portland Stags. Getting to this point is not easy at all. They had a tremendous season themselves, so Danny Correll and his staff, they should be commended for their efforts as well. They had a phenomenal season, and I'm sure they'll be right back here next year as well, definitely. So that's going to do it here for our coverage. Thanks again to our production staff. They are tremendous. Thank you to Nick Darling and everybody here at the MLU. On behalf of Dusty Rhodes, I'm Jeff Poster signing off here in the 2016 season. Your Philadelphia Spinners are your MLU champs, and we will see you in 2017.